Welcome back, everybody. Let's try this a little bit bigger. Is that better, Milios? Is that a little bit more fitting, maybe? Something like that? Okay. Woo is way smaller than I realized on the overlay, and we were talking about it beforehand, and I couldn't move on until I fixed it. There we go. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to episode 131 of Towers and Gods. Today, I am joined by a wonderful cast. You may recognize them. I'll start with Ruka as Ace. Ruka, how we doing?
We're doing good, fam. There are storms out here, and I'm on a hotspot, so if anything happens, I'll let you know. Looks good for right now. Got a fun episode planned, so stick around. I'm excited.
Let's go.
And I have a fan.
I was wondering what it was. You sure do have a fan.
I got a fan.
Let's go.
Y'all said to get a fan, so I got a fan. It's a very cheap fan, less than $2 fan. So if it breaks, it's not my fault. It was built that way.
Fair. Guys, does Ruka have any more fans in the chat? Hey. I'll jump over to, we have Sun Woo as Woo. Welcome.
What's good, y'all? I don't really have much to say right now. I love you guys, though. I hope the session is great.
That's all you had to say. Going up from Woo, we have Isaiah as Kun Jong Se. I almost started as saying Kun Jong Se, but then I realized that would imply that Jong is playing you in real life, potentially.
Honestly, brother, some days I would prefer it that way. Like, who wants to be this guy? It's absolutely insane.
Fair.
All right, first things first. I don't know if you guys were just talking about this, but I just kind of clocked in here. Joe, I noticed you got a haircut. Looks fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Secondly, just like a little public service announcement for everybody. If you have pets, just let's run a hypothetical scenario here. And you have a fence that's designed to keep said pets within your property. The fence really only does its job if it's closed. If it's like, I don't know, just spitballing, left open per se, and the pets can wander out, defeats the purpose of a fence, does it not? I might be crazy, but that's just kind of where I stand on the issue.
Yeah.
So if you have fences and pets,
Who hurt you?
Just go ahead and...
Is this coming from anywhere in
what
particular?
Animal hurt you?
That sounds like, please tell me that nothing bad happened. Like, are you...
It's fine now, because I handled it, but it was not when I got home like half an hour ago, which is why I texted you, Joe, and I was like, yeah, I might be like a half an hour late.
Okay. Gotcha. But everything's good now.
You know. Yeah.
Okay.
It's fantastic now.
Good. Glad to hear it, man. Thank you for the PSA. You know, making sure everybody doesn't harm anybody like you've been harmed. Hang in there, my friend. Moving on over, we have Hannah as Eden. Welcome, Hannah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I also have storms too, so if I just disappear, you know, the naders probably got me. So, piece of chicken grease, everybody.
The neighbor probably got you? Is that what you said?
A nader.
Oh, okay. I was
No, a neighbor did not come and get me. The neighbors are too far away.
Is that
the tornado will get me first.
Yo, peas and chicken grease? I'm stealing that. That's fire. Whole love, bro.
That's pretty great.
That's gas. I'm taking that. Thank you.
I stole it from somebody else. I'll DM you who I got it from, but I love that ending. It's a great one.
That is.
But yes,
I never heard that.
We're here, and what could possibly go wrong other than storms and internet and electricity and all that jazz? So, woohoo!
Well, we're happy that you're here, and I'm sure you'll be totally fine. Fingers crossed. Hang in there, Hannah. Brave the storm. Milios, Brack Bronson, you know the drill. Welcome.
Yar har har, shiver me timbers and button me bootstraps. It's gonna be another glorious day today. For today is the day. Although we got bad news. Looks like Lost Aside got pushed back, but that don't matter. We're here to game.
We're here to game. Thank you so much for your wise words. We'll carry them in our hearts through the episode today. Thank you, Milios. We're happy to have you. And of course, we have the lovely special guest, Amy Angel as Ji-un. Welcome, Amy.
Hello and welcome. Welcome. My mind is not minding today. Guys, I only got like 3 hours of sleep or something. I
Hang in
swear.
there.
I was like, I don't know how y'all do it, but yeah, I'm here. I was about to be late because of an Endwalker cutscene, but I'm here.
Those
But
cutscenes go long.
I'm for sure gonna come back to that. Y'all gotta play Endwalker.
It's peak. It is peak. And not just Info 14, it's peak gaming in my opinion. All right, well, we're happy to have you, Amy. Welcome to the stream. Everybody, if you don't know what Towers and Gods is, this is a Tower of God D&D stream. We're a lot of episodes in, but feel free to stick around if you want to just find out what we're all about. We're in the middle of the Avalon Raine Family arc, exploring a bit of Ace's family and some of the stuff involving Ace's parents. We're learning more about that. And in today's episode, we're going to be exploring what Hugo and Ace will be doing to learn more about the family and earn some favor, potentially. Is there anything else that the cast would like to say before we get started? I do see we have some super chats here. Not Jahad with the membership. Thank you so much. You're not Jahad. That narrows it down quite a lot. Thank you. We have Captain Save a Hobo. Thank you for the membership as well. Always a pleasure. Black Reaper with the 10 gifted subs. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. And then another $10 from Black Reaper that says, enjoy the memberships, guys. Black Reaper can always count on you with the memberships. Thank you so much. That is very kind. Enjoy the emotes, everybody. Okay. I think with that said, we can go ahead and get started. In the last episode of Towers and Gods, the party got to spend more time in Avalon, particularly the Raine Manor, the place where Ace's mother and father live. Nicholas, Ace's father, is not currently conscious. He's kind of in and out of this weird state. Young was unable to exactly determine the cause, but they're narrowing it down. They're getting there one step at a time. Hugo got to meet Valentine, Ace's mother, and was sort of told of an apparent tradition where if Hugo wishes to earn the right to enter into the Raine family, he must pass through a series of trials and obtain 4 items just outside of the ship. And he's taking it quite seriously. We'll see how it ends up going, and he's going to be recruiting the help of some people who may end up learning a thing or two. We'll see. And meanwhile, Ace is learning more about Avalon and about her family as her memories continue to return. That's kind of my main summary of last episode and of the arc in general. I think we could... Please, Amy.
I have a question.
Hit me with the question.
Like a mini recap of the was it the diamond stones?
Oh yeah, the inner circle. So we'll actually be going into that quite soon, actually.
Oh yeah.
So thank you for reminding me, because I'll make sure to include that in at the beginning of the episode. We'll go over the 6 different inner circle gemstones and their role. Thank you, Amy. Okay. With that said, we can go ahead and get started. So we're starting the episode in the morning. We went to bed. That's how we ended the last episode. So we're starting in the morning. Ace, you are awake. You are in the dining area, a very long, ornate table. The room appears to have been recently cleaned up in preparation for the previous meal that you all had. And of course, breakfast is being served and, various people are waking up. It's very early in the morning. You are going over some documents with Luke, I believe. Feel free to pick up there and add any additional details.
Yeah, so Ace got up super early. She kind of got reacquainted with the Raine Manor itself, and then kind of wandered into the kitchen, had Luke aid her in looking over the family papers, blueprints, anything that she could get her hands on. So she's currently at the head of the table with a bunch of papers laid out, kind of like how she would work when she's a mechanic, like all the blueprints everywhere, kind of spaced out. It's no different here, it's just these are more official documents. So she's looking over them and running a hand through her hair and just looks at Luke. We have to narrow down how I can help here. I've been going through these all morning and everything is so convoluted.
You shouldn't be... You just got here. It's fine if it takes another few days to become acquainted. You're acting as if you don't have much more time. He looks at you as if to ask, are you, do you have more time?
We have to continue climbing eventually. I can't stay here as long as I would wish it. And besides, I'm 60 years too late. So I'm just a bit. I want to get this right. I want to get this stabilized. And she's like, she kind of like rolls her shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of responsibility, and I'll adjust to it. I don't want to mess it up, you know?
He looks back down at the papers and back up at you. And he sighs. In my opinion, and he kind of points a pencil at the paper, I think there are two main problems currently with Avalon. And they're connected to each other. The source is obviously Nicholas Raine. When he started getting sick, it became more difficult. Not only from not having his leadership, but we lost his power as well. And he points his pencil, and that's the second problem. Avalon can no longer fly without Nicholas's power. We've been able to make the most of our situation, mostly thanks to Valentine and the rest of the inner circle. We've been able to set up and welcome in different forms of the economy to help keep the economy going, merchants and temporary tradesmen and the like. We've made changes to adapt to our environment, but we don't know how much longer we'll last. Every year, it's like less and less resources become available. And you learn by looking at these papers that the area where the ship landed, like, does have a lot of history. Like, this is kind of your main floor still. Like, it's a place that you would frequently return to, so the local wildlife... But the Raine family would frequently leave and go to other places for other resources as well. And so only having this location for decades and decades has proven a burden on the resources. And so he kind of circles both. He circles the ship itself as a whole and kind of pinpoints a couple locations.
Okay, so, that being said, as the heir, someone with diamonds, is there any way that I can transfer the burden from my father while he's still living?
I mean, he kind of like... It's unprecedented. We don't have enough of a history of this kind of thing to... And then he stops. And again, I did. He thinks back with the merchants. I was able to siphon some of my own diamond.
Yeah, that's
their
why I
item.
was wondering. You said something about siphoning in the diamonds, and I have 3. If there's any way that I can lend some of that in his stead, that would be my role in things. I guess I would need... And she, like, looks at the papers.
Mm-hmm.
And at the 6 names. I guess I would need to meet with them again. Maybe if I have everyone's approval, there can be some sort of shift. A transfer of a bigger sword.
It's worth a try. Perhaps you can serve your role as the heir.
I think it's possible. If siphoning is possible, I have very good control over my body, over Shinsu. She kind of like gestures to like the essence of everything that's tattooed throughout her body that she's powdered up into her face. And we'll start to fold the papers kind of back together. If I can at least solve one of these problems, I'll feel a little bit better before we have to continue on. It's the least I can do for everyone here.
He, like, nods. Well. And he points to the map. And you can see that the map of Avalon is shaped like...
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The storm got to Ruka. Oh no. Well.
No.
We'll miss you, Ruka. Frick.
Ah! Oh, I'm back.
Okay, well, yeah, welcome back. Welcome back.
I'm like, oh, this is going well. Drop of thunder.
Oh.
Everyone freezes.
Okay. Well, you're here. That's what matters.
This is the thick of it, so if we can get past this,
Yes,
it should
okay.
be fine. But I'm sorry for breaking up the scene. Anyway.
You're good. So he pulls up a map and you can... right, yeah.
Right? Well, you know.
Thunderbringer. Ah, shoot. he pulls up an image of the map of the ship, and this is kind of for a reminder for anybody, not a reminder really, but an introduction to the idea that like if you really do take a look at the different areas of the ship and how it expands once it's landed, it really is shaped like the symbol of the Raine family, Avalon itself. And he points again to, and he kind of circles the sanctum of the inner circle, which is kind of on the the opposite side of where you currently are at the Raine Manor. Maybe not quite opposite, but, opposite side of the town. And he mentions, you may find more information here. A number of them should be in that location. That's also where my residence is as a member of the Inner Circle. I could lead you there if you'd like.
I think that's a good place to start as any. And she looks at him. You got a fancy residence?
He looks away. I don't deserve it. Not after everything.
Is it decorated in all black?
He looks at you like, I'm not answering that. And
Hot topic, let's go.
and around that time, you see Valentine enter the room. The doors open up and the food is kind of, walking in beside her. Well, it sounds as if my darling daughter has decided on a course of action. She takes a seat next to you.
We're going to try, at the very least. Talk of transfers. Not something that has been done before. But possible.
Well, I, for one, think it's worth a try. Especially if what your friends have told me about your Shinsu control is true. I think it's a wonderful idea. And with Luke as your guide, I'm sure you'll find the members of the Inner Circle in no time at all. And,
With Luke as my guide, it's confirmed.
who
You're
else
not
would it be?
escaping this.
You may have forgotten, but I'm also a member of the Inner Circle, so it wouldn't make any sense for it to be any other way.
But I still like having fun with you, is all.
Kind of scoffs.
I guess I have to get your allegiance as well.
We'll see if you can earn it.
I like a challenge.
I would say that, everyone else in Recall, breakfast is being prepared. So, as your characters are preparing for breakfast in whatever way you think, Wu and Zhang and Brack, you would be pulled aside by Hugo. And you can see he's been, it looks as if he's almost been up, all night. He's looking tired. He's looking, okay, everybody, I have 4 items I need. Based on what I've heard, it shouldn't be too much trouble, but could I ask your aid?
I mean,
we didn't.
question.
Yeah, we didn't really have an option.
Just wanted to make sure.
And we'll just kind of nudges Jog in the shoulder.
I mean, yes, we would love to, Hugo, of course.
Thank you. You all are truly great friends. Brack, you as well? Excellent.
God
Oh.
dang it.
Some best man, huh?
He's like, ooh,
Hey,
look at
Ace,
the time.
You got this. Don't worry about it. I think you'll be okay. And if you don't, I mean, come on now, it's the pink demon. You dodged the bullet. I mean, that's not what I should be saying. Hold up.
Whoa!
Let's get this straight.
we might need to replace you.
With who?
Hugo's like, oh, I'm so fucked, dude.
Look, Hugo, did Ace give you any insight into how to approach this?
I was going to go and ask. Well, breakfast is being served. I was going to go and confirm right now. We can go together, yeah?
Sure, but I think the most realistic course of action, given there is a time limit, correct?
Today.
There's 4 of us and there's 4 items. We gotta split up and figure it out.
That certainly is an option. I'll go and we'll go and check and see. I'm sure they have some kind of insight into where we need to go. All right, follow me, everyone. And he grabs Brack. Come on, let's go.
You don't have to grab me. You don't have to grab. You're gonna make me drop my steak.
How did you get?
Not
You're
my
not even.
eggs.
How did you get that?
Last question to ask the better.
Fair. So he grabs them, but Eden and June, certainly, you know, with breakfast being prepared and everything, you can certainly make your way there. And I would say at some point, everyone in Recall would be around this table, and they have a modest breakfast for everybody, and, you know, all the different juices and food items and that kind of thing. And Hugo would look noticeably nervous, but Valentine would be, you know, looking kind of smug, as if, like, it's all going according to plan, you know, in her eyes. Luke would go over to Hugo. Just so you know, I don't know much about what you're going to be going through, but I do know one thing. And Luke pulls up his trusty Avalon map. These items are going to be found outside of Avalon, so I recommend stopping by the Ruby Hunter Guild. They may know more information about where you need to go. Between you and me, you should be able to find them nearby. These are all items associated with the Raine family. And Hugo looks at Luke with a newfound appreciation in his eyes and nods firmly, as if to say thank you, without voicing it because Valentine's in the room. Is there anything that the party would like to say around the breakfast table?
A toast. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh no.
We have gathered here today on this most sanctified day where Big H becomes a diamond in the rough. We always knew that you were cold, waiting to be just perfectly pressurized. And now you're going to have, how many diamonds is he getting? One diamond.
If
You guys are trying to cheat him?
I see you
Well,
are
my
not.
mother was a part of the inner circle before she got married, and therefore she got two. He's not part of the inner circle, so he gets one.
Brack, if someday. I'm sorry, Captain? You prefer Captain, yes, if I recall?
Captain B.
Captain B. If someday Hugo were to additionally be welcomed into the inner circle, he would receive an additional diamond.
What about 2 additional diamonds?
The only one to ever receive 3 was my daughter.
Hugo, I think you could get 3. I think you could get 3.
How? Actually,
I don't know,
he's
but
like, I don't
if
even
she
caught
has
up in
3,
his
we can get
shenanigans.
3.
He's like, I don't even want to.
But as he taps his glass again, he goes, we're here to bring these 2 together in holy matrimony. Not just yet, but in the future, because Hugo is going to ace this test. Right, Big H?
Oh, boo.
I gotta give it back.
Yeah, cheers to that. He looks over at you and just like does a quick nod, like.
More confidence. Pound your chest. Pound your chest! Oh my God, well, I don't know how we're going to get through this. He's petrified. He's terrified.
You know, there's been this thing circulating on the box recently. I don't know if you've seen it, but, you know, 100 men versus 1 gorilla. We might sign him up for that.
Oh my gosh.
I believe that would have the exact opposite effect.
Yeah, probably.
I think the gorilla's going to win, given his
You think?
confidence.
Well, just no. You're thinking of it wrong. We're gonna dress him in a gorilla suit, and he's gonna fight 100.
Does he get to keep the hammer?
No, that'd be unfair.
That would be very unrealistic if a gorilla had a hammer.
Eventually, Still Young will kind of, you know, chuckle along with what Brack is saying. I will remain here. I feel as though I'm getting a bit closer to understanding Nicholas's condition, and I hope I can learn more throughout today, now that I'm more well-rested. And the food is delicious, by the way. Thank you very much. And Valentine nods and smiles. And, after that, I mean, you know, Shion and Victor, Taki's there as well. Everyone's there, and I'll give one more opportunity for people to say anything. After this, scene, basically the group will be divided between helping Hugo or helping Ace. If you wish to do something additionally, by all means, but that's kind of the general guideline here. So, floor is over to everybody else. Last call.
I think that Jong would just ask Seal Young to keep him in the loop.
Sure.
And that he's, he'll keep him in the loop of whatever he finds out about these inner circle people.
Yeah.
Because especially after what he sort of found out in the last episode, like he now all but heavily suspects that like somebody caused this, again, not intentionally, but that doesn't change the outcome. And that like the closest way to figuring out how to cure this is figuring out what caused it. So like he's gonna be I mean, he's doing this like, I don't know, grocery shopping or whatever Hugo's got going on. But like on the side of that, he's gonna be like trying to investigate the inner circle people and like look into like what's stuff on his end.
And I would say this too, that like you learn inadvertently that like Hugo he's gonna be exploring a bit of the floor, and this floor does have some significance to the family, and so there's also that side of things where potentially learning more about his condition just based on the surrounding area. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So Young confirms and agrees to do just that. And you made me think of something here. Let me write this down. There we go. All right. Anyone else? We haven't heard from Eden or June, so I do want to make sure you all have the opportunity. You both have the opportunity, if you wish.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say that June's just like chill, like taking it all in, and she probably like checks in on Ezra. How does Ezra look?
I was gonna say
overview.
So like he's there and he's having a good time, and I would say that despite the art, like the cats are like off in the room, doing their own thing. He's there by himself, and no, he's enjoying the time here. It's been a while since he's climbed, and he's enjoying the new environment and the scenery and the nature of not just the nature district, and it's quite nice. You can tell that like there's still stuff weighing on both of you, but being in this new environment is certainly helping, and he seems to be having a good time. And in fact, he's gonna kind of chime in to say, Hugo, I'm willing to tag along if you need any more help with what you have going on. I'd like to get to know some of you guys a little bit better. So, and Hugo like looks over again, a newfound appreciation for this other individual. He gives a solemn nod. You'd be more than welcome, my friend. And Ezra's like, okay, thanks, man. But how about June? How's June feeling and everything? What's on her mind?
Yeah, she like after hearing like Avalon's story and stuff, she's she's very curious about how the airship that they control and stuff,
like a floating ship. It's a floating ship, but it's no longer floating, so it's a ship. It's a ship.
Yeah.
Yes. A ship.
Just how like how the Luke said, like through the diamonds, was it that the Shinzu or the power or whatever, the power stuff. So she like on a purely like Shinzu stuff, since she's sensitive to it, she just wonders like how that is. So like in her mind, she has a goal today, and it's to discover more of that. So like she would have like a determined face, like excited to see what's next.
Sure.
While she's eating and stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. How about Eden? What's Eden up to this morning? How is Eden feeling this morning?
She's probably looking a little tired. Probably didn't sleep.
Yeah.
She's just kind of taking everything in and just observing the chaos that's fixing to unleash.
Sure, yeah, makes sense. So yeah, with that said, then breakfast is more or less finished, and everyone's kind of preparing to go about their tasks. So yeah, I mean, Hugo sort of. This is way more serious than I meant to. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Getting down to business. So yeah, Hugo definitely like.
Lock in.
lock in. Hugo claims like so like Jong, Wu, Brack, and Ezra, kind of getting the guys together to go out and handle this. Does Ace like specifically request the aid of anybody to help her with the inner circle stuff?
I think she'll just stand up at the head of the table and hand Luke the stack of papers that she was overviewing, and then we'll just kind of, all right, anyone who's not staying here and assisting either with Sil Young or otherwise, you feel free to come with me. I'm going to be talking to a bit of the inner circle, touring a bit of the town, but I do have a mission I need to get done. So if you want to come with me, I'm not going to oppose anyone who wants to learn more. Otherwise, I'm sure Sil Young could use aid, and Hugo has his party, so that's what we've got going. She's like trying to stand straight,
Sure.
Trying to assume the role,
Yeah.
June's gonna raise her hand. She's gonna say, I volunteer as tribute. I've been waiting.
That's
to
awesome.
discover more.
Don't touch anything.
What if I find like a little like bugs on something?
As long as it's not
I
a
still
control
don't touch
pad
Okay.
or something of the
Yeah.
sort. No, it's just fine. Actually, Taki,
Yeah. What's up? Hey.
would you be June's escort with us today?
Huh?
She tends to wander, and I need someone I trust to be with her.
Wow.
He looks over. Taki. Nice to meet you.
Taki,
Nice
this
to
is
meet
June.
you.
June.
Hey,
This is
hey.
Taki.
So, I mean, I don't mind. Yeah, I mean,
Well, I need-
I'd be traveling with all of you.
Look-
You're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, sure. I'll tag along.
I have a lot. I'm gonna be split into a lot of different thoughts.
Yeah.
June, we know you the least, and we're forming our trust there. But you do tend to wander, and Taki here is a trusted friend, so he can be with you in case you need help, in case you need to get to us. You won't be alone. And I'm trusting you, Taki. If you let her out of your sight or something bad happens on your watch,
Okay. He resolves
this is a
himself.
big deal that I'm trusting you with this.
Okay.
You can count
I am
on me.
putting my trust into a stranger, but you look trustable. I think.
He's a bunny. And you'll get to. Yeah. So wait, don't you both like music, right? He travels with a music connoisseur. Min
Dude.
isn't here, but like they jam all the time. To
Oh,
King, I think you
man.
mentioned before. So you have something to
Oh,
talk
yeah.
about. You have something
My-
to bind you two together.
You a King fan?
My work here is
Well,
done.
Walks away.
Do you want me to actually respond? Or,
I think
or do they just-
we can
Yeah.
continue the
Yeah,
conversation
yeah.
in a sec. But I like that. So Taki agrees to go along then, and Victor will walk over to Jong and Brack and Wu, and Hugo. And Hugo looks over at Victor. Oh yeah, I assumed you were coming too. Victor pumps his fist. Shion will look around. If it's okay with everyone else, I think I'm going to stay with Sil Young. I think it'd be good to connect with him some more, and I am admittedly curious about some of the details regarding Nicholas. And she looks over at you, Jong, as if to say, what you were asking of Sil Young, she's also gonna, kind of help him out during his investigation into Nicholas.
And I didn't mention that before,
Oh.
but you would have filled her in on everything you
Sure.
learned, the
Yeah.
other day. So, like, as to just, yeah.
Okay, no, makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that. Leaf will express, why is this art hard to find? There it is. She will stand up and be like, Ace, do you mind if I tag along with you? I'd like to see more of the city and maybe learn more about how it's been operating while you've been gone.
Yeah, like I said, anyone's welcome who's not sticking here.
She particularly looks at the map and sees the Jade Gardens and kind of expresses an
Jade
interest in what that
Gardens,
could mean. So
yes.
she definitely wants to investigate that. Very good. So only one that has not expressed where they want to go is Eden.
I guess she'll just follow along Ace.
Okay, makes sense. I kind of assumed that would be the case anyway, so that makes sense. Alrighty, don't think I'm forgetting anybody. I think that kind of settles that. So, Hugo, we'll go over to you, Ace. You'll be great. Best of luck with everything.
Yeah, you got this. Pass
Alright.
this, and then it'll all work out. And she'll give him a kiss and pat his shoulders.
I'll be back soon.
Don't die.
I won't. Alright, everyone. Let's move out.
Brack sipping on his water, he says to Hugo, "You know, kissing the bride before the marriage is bad luck, right?"
Come on, bro.
I'm his best man. I gotta lead him. Otherwise, what am I doing?
He's just
Gotta
like, oh,
lead him
Hugo,
is
that is
wild.
not on the list, brother. Oh, come on, man.
Ooh, ah. He looks over at you. Any other superstitions I should know about?
Yeah, don't step on any cracks or you break your mama back. In this particular case, I think that would be Mama Pinky over there. Also, don't gargle with Listerine. Use water. It's better for you, more healthy. You don't burn the inside of your mouth. And there's one other thing too. Don't look at her. You look at her, she's going to turn you into stone before you get married. It's called the Medusa effect. It's part of Greek mythology, I believe, is what it's called.
Bro said she's a snake.
I was just listening and I'm like, okay, like some of this stuff sounds like kind of like, I don't know, it's a little superstition. And he's like, and don't look at her. I'm like, oh, there it is. All right, okay.
A chase man.
It looks like Hugo was almost exactly like Isaiah, like almost willing to entertain what you're saying, and then he's like, all right, okay, great, cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at Ace. Thanks, Brack. Ezra will like tap him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I think I've heard that same myth. You just don't have to look her in the eyes, so you should be all right. And he looks at him like, thanks, bro. Yeah, cool. And he leads the charge outside of Avalon. Before going, Ezra will give you a thumbs up, June, as if to say, see you soon. Best of luck. We'll stay in touch.
Yeah, she gives a thumbs up back and a salute. Like, good luck with that team.
Salute. He's stepping into the Viper's Den. So then okay. So everyone else who remains in Avalon, I'm going to start with you guys. Luke, I guess I should put down Luke as part of this group as well.
Ace is just watching them go, like, totally unaware of what Brack was saying.
Right,
in
true.
that, like, dreamy, like, oh, he's just... Sorry, what?
You look over and Luke is like staring at you.
Oh, come on. You cannot blame me for that. You cannot blame me. You see that fit? The way he used his voice like that? You know he didn't talk before. You know how big of a deal that is?
I'm not commenting on that. I'm just saying we should get going.
Fine. What's first?
Well, makes the most sense to stop by the Sanctum of the Inner Circle, I think. Let's head there now.
Alright, everyone. She, like, looks, counts off her team in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
All right. Valentine gives a wave to everybody and makes sure that each person has like a little snacks, you know, to go about the day. She gives them to Ace's group. She does not give them to Hugo's group. They're whatever. They'll be fine.
I did nothing.
They'll be fine. And so make sure everyone's good to go. As you leave the Raine Manor, there's the hustle and bustle of the town. Especially after kind of already getting used to the idea of new visitors, there definitely is some eyes on the party. You see various merchants that have set up temporary residence around the area. Very much, the city seems to be based on a lot of collapsible tents and stands that can be taken down at a moment's notice. People who are kind of wandering around, merchants that are in and out. But there's a very cordial vibe. This place seems to have a decent economy, and the people seem happy. The children are running around like you heard when you first entered Avalon. You hear a town crier announcing various events that are happening in the town, like fun little cordial community events, and occasionally you'll hear some news about various things happening in the tower. They don't seem to be super important, but enough that Avalon is kind of kept abreast of details, and that kind of thing. The person who's announcing all of this kind of turns to the group and kind of nods, and you can tell that he recognizes you to a degree, Ace, but does not include your arrival in the town's news, as if to say that news is kind of being held off for the time being. But yeah, Luke leads you all past some of these other buildings and into what is known as the Sanctum of the Inner Circle. And there's a few guards standing outside. But those guards, they open the doors, allow you all into this little extra zone. It's like a kind of housing area. There's a few buildings and warehouses and even a workshop that you can see off in the distance. But it is apparently only open to people of the Inner Circle or people that are connected to the Inner Circle in some way, like employees of, people who are working with the Inner Circle members. But seeing Luke, the guards welcome you all inside, no problem. So Luke is going to stop and look around. The order is more or less up to you. The only one that I know is definitely here is... And he's like checking the map and everything. Why are my notes not the way that they should be? Give me a moment. I think I goofed. Let me pull up my notes here.
Yeah.
I actually do not
All
have.
good. Ace will turn to Eden. What do you think so far? You've been pretty quiet.
I'm just taking in the surroundings.
Yeah.
How's it feel to be back home?
It's like working with a coloring book. As weird as that sounds, it's like things keep filling in color and it's like but it's all in child's print. So it's interesting, but hopefully I'll be able to help.
You definitely will be. You got this.
Thank you, guys. Luke looks up and says, "Oh boy, definitely should be in his workshop. That should be guaranteed."
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy. You remember Oh boy?
I remember outrunning him.
That's
He
fair.
was. I liked messing with him because he was the mind. Wasn't he? Is he still that position?
He is. He's lived quite a long time, but nothing seems to be slowing him down. Honestly, he's always been quite friendly with me and with the family, and so I don't see this being very problematic.
Only one way to find out. I've changed, I've grown, I'm no longer a brat, so it'll be fine. She gives him a cut eye when she says the word brat, just to, yeah.
Yeah. He just does a little quick sigh. All right, then let's go. And he leads Ace's group to one of the buildings nearby, and this building seems to be a little more personalized than some of the other buildings and warehouses. This one has a sign on the front, it's Oboe Ace, very simple, straight to the point. You see a hammer and a forge on the front, and it very much seems to be kind of old-fashioned, very personalized, like I said, and you can hear the bang, bang, bang coming from inside. As you approach the door, the double doors that are opening up almost like a saloon, one of the workers kind of stumbles out in an apron and a tank top, and they're sweating, and Luke leads you all in, and the first thing that hits you is the blast of heat that kind of washes over you from this establishment. But you hear the hammer banging, banging, as you walk past various forges and people working at desks. It's a very wooden environment. Wood mixed with steel, mixed with iron, bronze, all kinds of materials. And in front of you, you see a familiar face. He is short of stature, roughly a little over 3 feet tall, very stout with a big bushy beard. You remember it being a brown hair and a brown bushy beard, but it's definitely quite gray at this time. But you would recognize the voice, the demeanor of this individual. He's shouting around, that was supposed to be ready last night. Ay, ay, ay. And he turns around. He looks up at you. And his hair and his beard are tied in with various braids and such. And he crosses his arms. Oh, look who it is.
Oh, it's been a long time. Last time I was shorter than you.
Still a brat, I see.
Some things don't change, huh?
He looks at your arm immediately, kind of like glances over at it, glances up at you. Well, what do you want? I assume you're here for more than just a pretty face?
We're here on behalf of my father to, I guess, ask you about lending some aid. To me, specifically, as heir, to help lessen the burden from him. They mentioned stones this morning, the gemstones not being fully charged, and that there might be a transfer possibility. And you can tell, like, it's the first time she's like, she's been rehearsing this in her head, and it's the first time. And she's like, but she's trying. She's pushing through.
Yeah. He considers you. You hoping to get the ship moving, huh?
Ideally. I mean, I do remember him teaching me I think I learned how to fly Avalon before I could walk. It's kind of the duty of an heir to know that sort of thing. And it's been a while, but I bet I could.
That's because you got the 3 diamonds. Always came easy for you. That natural talent. But, he holds up a finger. How do I know that you're gonna take care of this butte? How do I know that you're gonna hire the right people to manage it once it takes off into the air? Most of our old friends, most of my mechanic friends are either retired or they're gone. How do I know you know what it takes to handle the non-Shinsu-related tasks of Avalon?
Well, to start, in my absence, I have formed a group called the Mechanics. We do bunches of different work. I don't have a member of them with me now. But she will take off,
convenient.
like, she'll peel off her...
Okay, yeah.
No, you're right, old man. And she, like, starts to peel off her gloves.
Yeah.
And it was covered before, but his suspicions were correct. Her entire arm, up to the stub, is revealed. King is revealed. I got this not long after I left, and I poured in blood, sweat, and tears in order to make it and upgrade it and take care of it, like my life depended on it. And I formed a group of people that help others do the same. It's a passion of mine, and I guess I didn't know where it came from until now. And she kind of gives him this, like, softer look. I remember some days when my parents were too busy, sitting here in your forge and watching you explain the different things about Avalon that you love so much. How you took care of each piece. Maybe part of it came from you. So if I can give it back, in any capacity, I will.
He does, like, eye the other people in your group, so Eden and Taki and Leaf and Jiyun. But then he looks back at you and, mind if I... Motions for the arm. He takes the arm. He hands it back to you. This mechanics group you've formed. Who would you place as your top engineer? Clearly, you wouldn't be you if you were to become the heir of the family and take over. Who would be the mind, so to speak, if something were to happen to dear old Oboe?
Well, If it's an engineer thing, probably Jin Xion. She was one of the founding members of the mechanics.
And this
Smart.
Xion, yes. Sorry.
Was a blacksmith apprentice for a little bit.
He like clocks that as if
And-
to, that strikes a chord with him when you mention the blacksmith.
Also has a very level head. She can handle the coldest of atmospheres and people. And find reasons to breathe warmth and life into them. I think she'd be a suitable mind.
I see. This Jin Xion intrigues me. I think I'd like to meet her at some point.
She's at the Raine Manor, so if you make your way there, you'll be able to meet her. She's currently at Father's side right now. If that is a proof of anything.
Okay. A couple more questions for you. How about... I want to make sure, from what I remember of you, you were quite the troublemaker. He kind of chuckles. Always running in here and causing a ruckus. So, in this little group of yours, is there anyone else you can count on or rely on that could watch your back and make sure you don't run away with those crazy ideas of yours? I don't doubt your mind, lass. You've always been gifted and smart. But I do recall times where your ideas got the better of your actions, or your actions the better of your ideas. Who do you rely on to keep you in check?
That would be our second founding member, Hugo. He's the one who keeps me in check pretty daily, and if it's any proof of that, he's currently undergoing the diamond ceremony as we speak.
He narrows his eyes. Interesting. Anyone else of note? Anyone else that could contribute to your creative endeavors?
Of course. I have a whole list of actual mechanics, but she looks to the people behind her. Any one of these members, particularly the ones from the founding team, could vouch for how they've kept me out of trouble one way or another.
Then I only have one more thing to say. You, miss, points to, nods towards Eden. What can you tell me about Lyria?
The full government name.
She's perfect. She's the best friend anyone could have. She watches anyone's back. Helps people through really tough times, really good times. Knows how to put on a good party. Plays her music way too loud in the middle of the night, though. But she's very innovative, smart, witty.
Perfect.
The best person anyone could ask for.
Well, if anything else, you got good friends, Lyria. I was going to see if you could help me in the forge, but he kind of looks back at your arm. I can see now that your intelligence and your craftsmanship is of no doubt in my mind, as well as the ones you keep close. He's rubbing the back of his head. I'm getting soft in my older age. Looks back at you. You've got my approval. And he kind of reaches into his pocket and pulls out a little gem. And you can see that the gem is kind of gray, a grayish color, kind of faded out. And he kind of, messes with it and looks back at your friends. When I'm gone, I hope you can continue to rely on her and that she can rely on you. But as far as you go, Lyria, just know that you'll have my support with whatever you decide to do with Avalon. And if you need my assistance with any in the engineering, you know I've got your back.
I hope to have all the inner circle around for a really long time, so hopefully no such speech is necessary. And I'm sure some mechanics could learn from you if you ever think about taking on new pupils in your old age. I'm sure you could handle it. And she extends her hand for the stone.
He hands it to you.
And she looks at it. And then looks at Luke. Now what?
Damn.
Think we get this far.
You can tell that like Luke is a bit surprised, but also like you can tell that maybe he thought that there's a look on his face of confusion, and he'll explain why in a minute. But once you get the stone, is there anything else that you do?
I think she's gonna try to figure out how to. I mean, obviously, try to imbue some strength back into it so that he can carry it on. But she'll just kind of like look around, and she'll make sure her gloves are back on. Back on her. And she'll give Oboe a look, and again, like she's filling in the blanks of the pages, and she'll look at Eden and the others, and kind of like give a reaffirming like, this is the first step type of nod. Now it's up to hopefully what she was gifted with.
So is she going to attempt to do anything?
She's going to attempt to siphon her Shinsu into the stone.
Alrighty. Well, if you would, I'd love it if you could give me an Arcana roll with advantage, please.
Okay,
Let's see if we can do that.
18 with advantage.
18. Yeah. So you like you mentioned earlier, like Ace, if you've seen any of her techniques and everything that she's experienced, she's done similar things in the past, and so channeling that idea, you're able to kind of take a minute, and despite it being the first time for this particular, scenario, you kind of feel a power kind of growing within the stone, a color beginning to return to it. And you feel your father's Shinsu within the stone. Maybe a bit of his burdens, a bit of his authority gifted upon the people that he trusts the most. And in turn, you see the diamond on Oboe's face kind of begin to light up. And your diamonds begin to light up. And the Shinsu, for a moment, kind of connects. There's like a stream between the diamonds. And as the Shinsu kind of stops and the gemstone, Oboe's gemstone, regains its color, the stream between your diamonds and his finishes and fades as well. And you feel as though not only has his gemstone been restored, but you've gained a bit of something as well. Well, I'll be. First time seeing something like that, that's for sure.
First time?
Well, first time I've been alive that we've had a situation like this in air while the current head is out of commission. But I see it doesn't slow you down, Lyria. And he, like, slaps your arm.
He just, like, falls off. Ah!
He would.
Chuckles.
Yeah, he'll chuckle as well.
And she'll turn to the rest of the group. I think that's what we have to do. I know it's a bit strenuous on your parts. You might have to vouch for me in certain places. And she looks at Eden. That was really sweet. That was a lot.
I speak the
You
truth.
Really? I could
Yes.
practically feel Brack's eyes rolling.
That's his problem.
Oh, fair enough.
And look, he wouldn't be helping Hugo and giving him all of those little helpful tips and tricks if he didn't approve of everything here. And we all know, deep down inside, Brack is a big softie. And he projects his pink demonness onto you because, he likes you. He cares for you.
His inner pink demon projected onto me. I love that.
Yes.
Definitely gonna come up later. Be like,
You're
Brack,
the
stop being
one-liner
mean to
queen.
me. It's only because you have your inner pink demon
Yes.
begging to be released. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that'll go over well.
So well.
Well. Okay, so, sorry, a quick. Oboe's the mind. That's one stone. My mother, Valentine, she's the heart. We know this. She's the second stone. Luke is the keeper. He's the third stone. We'll save them for last since we already know where they are.
Gotcha.
That means that there's the strength, which we know is a cord. I've not met her, or them. The soul is. She like looks at Luke for confirmation. Fang, what's the name?
Sheng.
Shang.
Spell it for the lore keeper.
Sheng.
Okay.
Shang. Got it. Thank you.
Sheng, of course.
Shang. So, okay. And then the most complicated for last. But I suppose we'll deal with that when we get there. So, okay, strength or soul?
I
do you
guess
guys
we
think?
should get strength out of the way, then work on soul.
Okay.
Mhm.
You know the strength stone is red, right? Something about you could fit that really well. The strength.
Yep. You like scratch the back of her neck of like, oh gosh.
Listen, I'm not saying any of these positions are solid, but if I have to do a whole list like I did there, you're gonna end up. I mean, that just like aesthetically makes sense. I won't make you get a tattoo. I promise.
That is not happening.
Yeah, I know you're weird with tattoos. Yet you have a best friend that's covered in them.
And I dissuaded you from it, and you were like, I'll think about it. And then I woke up the next morning, and then you were disco balled. And Hugo had a
Listen.
hand in all of that. So that's on you.
Yeah, he did.
It'll just like get a smug look on her face.
Listen, I'm saying, what if I could just put the diamond someplace where no one else would see it?
No.
I'm sure that could happen. And they're just like talking and walking to wherever.
Yeah.
Walk and talk.
Luke,
but
like
before
a like.
moving on,
Do
sorry.
you want to do one thing?
Yeah. Dion's just gonna do one quick thing, and she's just gonna like grab, like her. She has like a small pocket notebook. She's just gonna grab it, and then she's gonna go to a boy and say, "Hello, sir. My name is Dion. I know you don't know me, and I don't know you, but I'm with the group, and I'm just very curious. So, how's the day of work look like for you?" And she's like, kind of like a journalist.
Yeah.
With her little notebook.
A day in the life of Oboe. Well, when I was younger, I could have gotten more stuff done, but I got enough of these youngsters running around handling these tasks. Honestly, it's a matter of keeping Avalon running. Even though the ship is grounded, we still making sure that all the parts are running, keeping it clean, ensuring that all the parts are up to snuff, repairing various buildings, and making sure that all the townsfolk have a place to live. A lot of the construction efforts are headed by our little organization. So, it's a matter of reading over my letters, assigning tasks, building what needs to be built.
Very fascinating. She's just taking notes on all that he said.
Mm-hmm. And then
Why, thank you for your time.
He'll look between you and the rest of the group who are kind of preparing to leave. You seem like a kind soul. Take care of her, will you?
We sure will. She's in good hands. She has a great team.
Glad to hear it. And for the first time, you hear like a softness in his voice that he was intentionally not showing earlier.
Why? Why is everyone not soft to my face?
Luke,
Love me.
as they're leaving and heading to find the strength, Luke will kind of look back. I was expecting him to be more open. I don't know. He talked about you all the time during all these years, but that didn't seem like him just now. He seemed a little colder than usual.
Well, it seems like everyone loves talking about me fondly when they think I can't hear it. And she gives Luke a look, remembering what her mother said about Luke, like, doing kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe people just like giving me a hard time.
He will ignore that, and as everyone begins to head to the next destination. So, While this is happening, the rest of the group, with Hugo, pays a quick visit to the Hunter area. This is a place, if you're looking at the map here, they call it the Ruby Hunter Guild. It's a place where a lot of the hunters and gatherers meet up and kind of share info about the various locales and where to find food and information, and they kind of trade all that stuff. So Hugo's there, writing down all this stuff, and he's able to gain insight into the locations he needs to head to. So he turns to his group. All right, everyone, luckily these locations aren't very far, so just follow me and I will take us there. And he leads the way out of the city. And yeah, the trek is very brief. It's a very quick jaunt over to the locations, but he is... So I actually want to say, too, for people who are watching, that Wu is along for the journey here, but he did have to head out early. So Wu is there. Just assume that he's kind of supporting the group in Hugo's endeavors, if that makes sense. But yeah, he's going to turn to the people who are in his group and say, what do you guys think? Any recommendations for which one we should handle first? I have a feeling it might be good to take on the Fowl of Temptation. That worries me. I don't know what that entails.
How many items are there on the list?
4, but they're all close by with each other. So we should be able to do them one after another.
Run me the items real quick, Big H.
Would it not be faster to split up?
We could do them, we could split up as well if you believe that's easier. The items are the Seed of Sorrows, the Root of Joy, the Fruit of Resolve, and the Fowl of Temptation. So a seed, a root, fruit, and fowl.
Blue Leader, I think we should stay together.
Okay. That works.
The reason why is because, just listen to what he just said. These are all things that he must overcome if he wants to wed the Pink Demon. If he wants to become leader of the underworld, he has to survive its deadliest of deadly sins.
John just like looks at Hugo and then back at Brack like, has everybody lost their damn mind today? What is going on?
Hugo's like, tell me about it with Brack. Like, he's acting crazy.
He looks at Hugo like, you've been kind of on fire this morning too. Don't dodge that shit.
He does not clock that, but continues. So he'll say, fine, then I say we handle the fowl first. What do you think
The
this
Fowl of Temptation.
Yeah. What do you think it'll be about?
Temptation, Big H.
I mean, look, I'm no fucking wizard, but I think whoever named these was not so subtle.
So he kind of like, okay, fine, and starts heading there as much as he can, as fast as they can head to the location. And it's a very beautiful land. Like, again, floating islands is kind of like a big part of the locale. So a lot of floating islands and very tall trees and clouds are kind of rolling in and out. But it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining. All the wildlife is chirping and such. And after a bit of travel time, you are able to arrive at what appears to be a cave of some sort. And the mouth of the cave is quite large. Yeah, what was that?
I'm expecting it to be a seductive bird. Big Bird. A female version of Big Bird.
My gosh.
There are other ways, Brack.
Oh, God. Big Bird, huh? All right.
The gif in the chat, that's what you see.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't want to... Yeah, okay. Well, okay, you arrive at the cave. Mouth of the cave. And, yeah, there's trees kind of surrounding this area. And the cave doesn't appear to be very deep. Ezra volunteers to investigate with his observer, and he sends it inside, and after a couple minutes, he informs the group there's a creature inside that cave. It's a big avian creature. Are we prepared to potentially take it on?
Give me the deets.
Is that a joke? Yes.
What is it like? How big is it? What are we looking at? We're looking at
it's maybe twice as large as you, Brack. It seems to have a lot of colors. Its feathers have a lot of different colors, and
a peacock? A giant peacock?
Not quite like a, kind of like a peacock, but bigger. You know, lots and lots of feathers along its wings. It seems it can fly as well. But if we corner it inside of its home, its cave, it might not be able to take flight.
Were you able to identify some kind of item that looks like, what was this thing called? The temptation item?
Fowl.
Temptation of the Fowl.
Fowl.
Foul. All right, I don't know what that would look like, but were you able to identify some kind of object in the cave?
Looks to be just the creature. Just the creature. And Victor will kind of raise a finger. Well, as the resident chef of the group, fowl tends to refer to chicken of a kind. Birds, roosters, hens. Perhaps all we have to do is kill this creature and bring it back with us? To some degree? Hugo nods. Sounds good to me.
I call dibs on the drumsticks.
I don't know if maybe they need to boil it or who knows what the intent is. Maybe
You
it's...
fry it, not boil it. What, you a monster?
I'm not here to argue this, Brack. I say we just go in there and take this thing on. How does that sound?
All right.
Maybe we should identify if the point of this item is, like, the only way to obtain it is by killing this creature.
Okay. Yeah, if you have a better...
The item's called the item of temptation. I don't know if just walking in here and axing this thing is like,
Fowl of temptation.
That's a good point, Jong. Maybe once we're inside, we can do a little more investigating. How about for now, we just knock out the creature, and we don't have to... We can make a decision afterwards whether or not we want to take it back with us.
All right, Joe, hear me out.
Okay.
I know Wu's not here, but
Yes.
can we say he does like an animal handling role so we can determine if the bird is hostile or not? If
Yeah.
this thing is like, because I'm trying to figure out, like, does it appear to be guarding something? Like, is it kind of in the cave, like hunched over or guarding something, or is it just like hanging out?
Victor has poker, too. FYI.
He does? Okay. Well, that's good to know.
I mean, poker's supposed to be with him, so.
Still? That's true. Okay. Thank you for confirming.
I'm
Manny.
confident.
Poker's...
I mean, yeah, totally. Yeah, they've been glued to
Poker's...
it. Never
Poker's missing. Let's say that much.
Which
No,
one
I'm
was
kidding.
poker?
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and roll animal handling for Wu here, just for fun. Wu rolled a 17. A 17.
That's my boy.
Yeah, let's go, Wu. Nice job. So
gaming when he's not even here, crazy.
Wu is able to kind of, based on the descriptions of the behavior of the creature and what kind of creature it is, inform the group that it does seem to, if it's within a cave, it probably is protecting like eggs. It probably does have a nest.
Makes
And
sense.
so
Okay. So the item is either one of those eggs or
Right.
amongst the eggs.
that
probably.
does seem to be the case. Yes.
Did we get like any information about these items in terms of like, are they magical items? Are they just like regular things?
Yeah,
Like,
we so that's why that's what Hugo's deliberating. In his mind, they serve some kind of purpose, like maybe for him to receive the diamond, maybe like you need to collect these items, maybe he needs to like consume them or like soak in them, whatever it is, like maybe bestow like some kind of ceremony, like he's trying
like
to
some
figure out.
He must be
Sonic-ish,
consumed
collect
in
all 7 Chaos
temptation.
Emeralds
Oh shoot. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's trying to figure out the Chaos Emeralds. He's figuring it out. But based on the findings with the like in this town, I would say that like they are definitely like things you find in nature. So not man-made.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'll say that much. That makes sense.
Melios knows the answer. Brack doesn't. So I gotta play it out.
Okay.
For nothing. No, I'm kidding. So, when we get into the cave, then
Yeah.
can I do a
Mhm.
Arcana roll to determine if there's any like Shinsu imbued
Yeah.
items in the cave, or Shinsu coming from the bird, or
Absolutely.
something that's just not natural, organic.
Please do. That would
Okay.
be great. Let's see what this roll is.
Does the bird see them?
Well, they're still outside the cave, I think. Well, we're now entering the. Hannah, what do you?
Of course not.
I just have a
Quiet
bird
as a mouse.
sound ready to go for you.
Oh, thank you so
Oh, that's
much.
what
That's
you-
awfully. I was like, what is Hannah? I see. I
mean-
will let you know. Go ahead,
We
Brad.
need Hannah's
Just
sounds
cue
in
me.
a soundboard.
I know. Yeah, we gotta record. I could press buttons on my keyboard. That's true.
According to the
Oh,
good old Animal Planet.
Dude. Give me the
So,
deets, brother. Give me the.
I mean,
there
I'll
no
tell you.
expense.
Okay, that's a 28.
That's almost a 30, bro.
It's almost a 30.
Where's my X-ray vision, bro? Just tell me where the item is. You know.
Yeah.
Let's the middle.
Okay. So let me let me cut to the chase here.
Now.
Yeah. Sorry, it's my bad. I pulled up a tab. Thank you for making sure.
Very good.
So here are the deets. Okay. The creature inside seems to be not the like it would if you chose to fight it. It's definitely like a fierce creature, but you guys are regulars on the 92nd floor. You're gonna handle it fine. But the bigger thing that you sense, aside from the idea that you pick up that the egg, one of the eggs inside, at least the eggs in general, they're not all fertilized, and yeah, there's like a little bit of like something about the eggs that definitely seems to point you in the right direction. Now that with everyone else's info, you're able to deduce, all right, I'm pretty sure that's the target. But I want to go further because you are so attuned and you've been thinking about Nicholas a lot and had lots of conversations with Shion and Still Young. You eventually start sensing something nearby that kind of sets you off a bit in terms of another location that has a Shinsu presence there that you didn't expect to find, but it kind of reminds you of Nicholas. And you sense it, it's nearby, possibly even at one of the locations that Hugo has informed you of that these 4 items are located. There's definitely, like, that's the most man-made or the most unique Shinsu presence that you can find, and it reminds you of Nicholas.
So there's a artificial Shinsu presence.
Yeah.
Near or at one of the spots. Where
Yeah,
the items
I'll
are?
just exactly, yes, but not this current one.
And right, and you're saying like that specific artificial presence is similar to like what's going on with what he sensed when he was looking at. Okay.
This kind of I was describing it as like a almost not even Shinsu like presence. It's kind of like that, very unique.
Okay. Like, is it stationary? Is it moving?
It's stationary. It's not going anywhere.
Okay. All right. Let's bang this shit out then.
Fair enough. So yeah, after relaying that information, we can basically do this just as a quick little summary of how this goes down. So what do you got, like, is the I can have Hugo say any of this as well, right? But like, is the plan, so now you know it's the egg, you're gonna try to acquire this egg.
So
Go ahead, take over.
I think, and feel free, Melios, to add, since I now know exactly like where the item is.
Yeah.
I say that the smartest approach is to basically break the group off into 2. Like, smaller teams have one group kind of like distract the bird, and then have the other group sneak around and go grab the item, and then just everybody book it, because this thing's not gonna like follow us out of the cave.
Right. Okay, for sure. Victor volunteers to retrieve the egg. He was made for this.
Absolutely not. He's gonna go distract the bird.
Well, okay. He doesn't like that very much, but you know,
look, bro, his stealth roll wasn't too crazy last time, bro, and I need this operation to go off without a hit. Okay.
So
if he thinks he's up for it, but since it's up, bro, this could turn a simple grab and go into like a whole ordeal. Is all I'm saying.
Right. Okay.
All right. Wait. Who else is with us? It's
Ezra, Hugo, and Victor. And then you and Wu and Breck.
Okay. Well, I'll take.
I think Big H should be the one to grab the egg.
I was just gonna say, I think we'll do me, Victor, and Hugo to go retrieve the item. Everybody else run distraction.
Makes sense. Yep. All right. So, the party's ready up, and they charge into the cave, ready to distract the bird, and it starts squawking. It starts squawking at him. Oh my
Knock
god!
noises. That's what they make. So there you go. I can always
Beautiful.
invert it and make it scary. So.
No. This is good. This is good. Thank you for it. No, that's good. Sure.
You made it mad.
Yeah,
Bird
you made
sounds
it.
like a very talented female actress. That's interesting.
You flattered me too much.
It's the day job, you know.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Lorax type bird,
we
you know.
woke her up early. I get it. She wasn't-
Right.
Juicicle is happening in there.
Yeah. Well, the bird is like squawking. You got Wu, Brack, and Ezra trying to distract this thing. Brack, can I get you to make some kind of roll? I'm gonna leave it up to you what you want to do to distract the bird. It could be a skill check. It could be an attack. What do you want to do?
Rack makes animal noises. And he takes
Let
a
me
good
hear him,
look
Milios.
at the
Yeah.
fowl. And as he looks at the fowl, you said it looks like a chicken. He don't
Yeah.
think it's a chicken. He thinks it's a turkey. And when he thinks it's a turkey, he goes,
Oh no, it didn't go through. It's not going through. Discord's cutting it all out. But I could see what you're doing with your face, and I can hear it at the same time.
I see the commitment. I see.
Are
I-
you trying to go? There you go.
Beautiful. All right. So, okay, can you give me like performance with advantage? Just for fun.
Alright,
I'll give you
alright.
advantage. Let's see performance.
advantage, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. We're all doing our sound
Brother,
effects here.
Is that you?
18.
You got
All right.
18.
Oh wait, you might think that's his brother. Hold on.
The bird is like, whatever you said is enough to kind of piss it off, and like its focuses on you, and you're able to like draw it towards you, and it's chasing after you, and
Shake those tail feathers, bro.
How tall is the bird? Like, is this like a
it's
square up, you
huge.
square
It's
up,
like
or do you have
15
to,
feet.
like...
It's 15 feet. Yeah. So it's like
Oh.
going after Brack. And
So Brack is just making
yeah.
the sound as he's running away, doing the can away from it.
Beautiful.
So they could keep up with his pace.
Right, of course. So yeah, I would say that like Wu is doing his thing. You know, I feel like he's probably doing animal handling, staff, just helping distract the bird.
Who's trying to capture the bird?
That's what I was gonna say.
That's a
He's
good
going to
point.
try to capture the bird.
He's getting his Pokeball ready.
Falling, like,
He needs a
behind it with
backup
the
for
Pokeball,
Sandy.
God. But
They call him
yeah,
Zygus next episode.
yeah, and with support from Ezra, Ezra's gonna help cover the stealth team as they go for the egg. Jong, could I get you to roll stealth for me?
Sure can do, brother.
Bum bum ba dum bum bum ba da ba dum.
Where's Stealth? Oh, there it is.
Okay, that's pretty good. Let's do Victor here. All right, and then let's do Hugo. Oh, that's not right. Give me a sec. Hugo's sheet, it needs to be updated really quick. It should just be that. Cool. All
Yeah,
right.
give him whatever kind of pluses you want, brother.
Yeah,
Now's
he's
the
gonna
time.
roll. He's gonna roll with advantage. Let's do
I
it.
love that. Love that
All right.
for us.
Hugo, that's
Room
gonna
check,
be
room check.
a 21. So yeah, the three of you are able to sneak on in. Hugo, dead faced, just like looking around. He's doing. Victor's got little sparks to kind of light up the cave, and the three of you are able to find the nest. And Hugo immediately swipes one of the eggs, confirming with you, Jong, that you're able to.
Yeah,
kind of
I would have
deduce-
told him like exactly
for sure.
where the.
Yeah, it's non-fertilized. It's one of the eggs, and this thing is like, whoa, this is a big egg. Victor looks at it and kind of drools. Oh, that's temptation. All right, let's go, guys. We did a good job. Let's get the
Only for
heck
you,
out of here.
Victor.
What was that?
Only for you, Victor. Woo, okay.
Okay.
He's way too into eggs. I don't know what to make of that anymore.
Anyway, yeah, you're not really wrong. That's interesting. Hugo and Victor and Jong start to leave the cave. Now, Brack, the bird is focused on you. I need you to make one more roll. It's gonna try to go for you. Can you make a dex saving throw for me?
Okay. Oh, the bird one come for me? All right, I got something.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna
Brack,
roll
go
it.
for the
Next saving
knees.
throw. Oh nah. I'm about to pull a Kid Goku. I'm about to give it a headbutt.
Oh,
right to the
bad.
chest.
Well, okay.
Alright.
For after the
But
dex
this
save.
is after my deck save, yeah.
Yeah. We'll talk after the dex save.
Oh,
That
I
was
still
with
got on advantage.
It's fine because we take the first roll, and that was a
Which is a
natural
nat
20.
Woo!
Oh,
So
GG's
yeah.
for this bird. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Anyway,
I don't
we're
want to
thanking
kill it. I just wanted
Yeah.
to know its place in the food
We know
chain.
who has
That's
the
all.
harder head.
Okay, all right. What do you do?
That's crazy.
Oh, let's do some athletics, since we were daft enough to get out the way. Hold up, let's see what
All
we
right.
got. Oh, it's a 12.
Well, I would say you rolled natural. I'm just gonna give you roll athletics again. Just roll it again.
Oh, okay.
I'm giving you advantage. On
So
the
we're going
athletics.
to roll it again.
Okay. Well, 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Brock is going to do a cartwheel out of the way of the peck.
Okay.
And then he's going to make sure when he comes down from that cartwheel using that rolling motion, he's going to bring it all down into his knees as he buckles down. And then he's just going to slingshot himself right into the bird's chest.
Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say you were able to do all of that successfully. And the bird's eyes, kind of bug out, and it kind of
Take
stumbles.
that, King Piccolo.
Did you just Angry Birds it?
He turned into an angry bird.
All right. Take that, you Looney Tune! And then Brock just runs out.
Yeah, there's definitely stars, circling around the bird as it's collapsed onto the ground. All right.
Guys, come on, we gotta go. While the bird is stunned.
Yeah. You all leave the cave successfully. Mission accomplished. Foul of temptation acquired. Hugo's panting. Nice job, everybody. Mission accomplished. That wasn't so bad. I don't think the others are going to involve creatures like that, so we did good. Well done. Well done. He's like, oh, man. Okay.
Are we sure
You
that's
good?
the egg?
Hugo, you need to take 5. Not the way of time too. I'm kind of trying to.
He's checking his pocket. Yeah, he's checking his pocket no. We got to keep going.
All right,
no
well, just
longer-
slug down a Gatorade or something, because we still got 3 more items to get.
You got it. Appreciate that. And he
I think
readies himself.
John would also recommend that the next one they go to is the one that he ID'd the
Yes.
artificial thus energy from.
Perfect. So you are sensing it from the location that Hugo has informed you, kind of trading information. You're able to deduce that would be where is my sheet? There it is. Where the root of joy is located. So yeah, you start heading toward the root of joy, and before long, you're traveling. Time is kind of passing by. I'll leave off your group with this little tidbit. You're hearing the sound of a waterfall, a strong waterfall as you are approaching. And John, you're definitely able to tell this presence is getting closer. But I want to cut back to Ace's group real quick here. So Ace, you are able to, with the help of Luke and all your companions, head towards where you believe that the strength is located. And yeah, it's very easy to find this individual, as this is not an individual who is in hiding. So you're able to locate where they are, and you see the familiar, very tall, very large individual that you had passed by in the hall the previous day. I'm trying to find an appropriate track. We can do this one, I suppose. And yeah, this person's they're a little bit taller than you. They were in full armor the previous day, but now you see her. She has long black hair that she has this hair kind of tied up into a knot. She is in her location in this area, in the inner circle residential area. It appears to be some kind of training area. She's training a bunch of guards. So you hear her calling again, and they're swinging their blades, blocking the shields. And you can see that Avalon is still... okay, sorry about that. We're still good. Avalon is making sure that they are well protected, and that they're not abandoning their more martial side, just in case, anything were to happen. And she's kind of arms crossed, taking charge. She appears to be rather young. She's not the individual you remember in this position when you were little. She has some scars across her face, very broad. And she turns around, and she glances at the group. And she kind of puts her hand to her chest and bows. My lady, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Accord.
Thinking in Ace's head. She's not used to that treatment. And she's trying to take it seriously. But at the same time, in her head internally, she's just like, wish Brack was here to see that. Like,
right.
my lady. Like, you can look at the respect.
Uh-huh.
But she says, you know, she just looks at Accord and she like bows her head back. No need for that, really. I've not met you before. At least not formally.
I have watched you. I've heard much about you, but no, we have never met. My father used to be in this current position, but sadly he passed away. I have been in charge of the strength position. Thank you. I've been in the strength position ever since. It is my hope and... Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I just mean, how's it? She, like, does, like, a head gesture to, like, who she's training and stuff. She doesn't have many memories of this type of thing.
Accord looks at the soldiers, right. And there's a smile on her face. It's a pride of Avalon that we have not let this be a liability for us. We've done, in my estimation, an excellent job of upkeeping our soldiers, making sure that they are ready for anything that may yet come. As far as our defense, you have nothing to worry about. Many of our soldiers are even regulars of various kinds, including myself.
When she says that, there's like a sigh of relief, like oh, thank goodness some of them are regulars.
Yeah.
Oh, because she was getting worried that they were all like, if they encountered a regular, they would be screwed.
Right.
And then she looks at her. You're a regular too?
Indeed, that is actually the reason we never met. I was climbing the tower. I climbed up onto this floor probably about a decade ago, after my father had already passed, and I was able to receive the position with what little power remained from Nicholas. And she kind of has a look of guilt, as if maybe she was even the reason he's as drained as he is now, with him bestowing some power to her after her father passed away.
Well, that's where I'm hoping to help.
What do you require of me?
Your stone. I want to recharge it, as well as strengthen the connection between my father and I and the rest of, I guess, everyone. It's my job.
I see. And she looks
down. If
down.
you require some proof of strength, I can fight you, if you wish.
If you would indulge a selfish request, I would love to spar. And she looks behind you at your friends. But I would love to spar with one of your allies. If I am the strength of the Raine family, you will need your own strength with wherever you may be.
Ace just does a slow turn to Eden and clasps her hands together, where Accord can't see her face, but you see her mouth. Please. And then goes, yes, there is one of such strength that I would love to put up against you, should she be willing. And she, like, looks at Eden.
Eden will just, like, cock a half smile. She'll, like, put a hand on Ace's shoulder. I got this.
Yes!
And Accord looks at Eden and kind of gives a bow.
Eden will bow back.
If it's all right with...
she's, like, probably has a foot plus on her. She's like, oh,
yeah.
Man. Ace, God dang it, why are all your people so tall?
That's true. What do they drink on this floor?
What kind of milk is, what kind of calcium is in their milk to make them grow this big?
Yeah.
She cracks her neck, cracks her knuckles.
Accord will motion to the... So all of the people she was training, they all, like, you know, ready up at the sides to watch their captain or, you know, their leader do this. And Accord will motion to, like, some wooden objects nearby, some wooden weapons, and kind of, like, offer you your choice of an object.
Ian's gonna kind of size her up. Can I roll perception or investigation or something along those lines just to see, like, what Accord's, like, does Accord prefer, like, needles or hand-to-hand, or, like, what is her preferred, and if she can clock maybe even her position, maybe.
Sure, go ahead and roll, like, insight, I'd say.
Insight? Okay.
I mean, I think so, right? If you're trying to kind of get.
I'm just trying to find it in the thing because I can't. There. It is.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I couldn't find it on my sheet.
No, you're good. You're good.
Not good.
I mean, no, 12 is that's still good enough to say that like she's definitely a fisherman. So melee, close combat, definitely that much.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hand to hand or needles? What do you prefer? Or should we fight in our own elements?
She looks over. Honestly, as much as I do wish to test the might of Lady Lyria's companions, I would also like to put on a show, a demonstration, for the ones that I am currently training. If you don't mind, hand to hand would be, I think, quite interesting.
Sounds good.
And
she's
she's
gonna clock her one more time.
Oh, okay.
Like,
yeah.
Does she look of Hall lineage, considering she's black hair, tall?
That's a good point.
Eyes, like what color are her eyes? Does she have like lighter features or
that's a good point.
darker features? Just curious.
Yeah. So I would say that like there's some resemblance. I would say it's like she has the black hair, but it would be the kind of situation where like you can't really tell fully. It's probably not. Yeah. You know, who knows if maybe a long time ago there's some lineage, but probably not. Yeah.
Probably not. Okay.
Probably not. Yeah. But she's not wearing her armor, by the way. So it's. I just want to make that clear. Cool. So both of you kind of readying up. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty simple, I think. Where it's we just let's do an initiative roll, and then we kind of just go back and forth a couple times to get a bit of an estimation here. So let me like pull this up here. While I'm rolling here, Jiyoon, what's Jiyoon doing during all of this? You are muted, Amy. I heard you talking from the.
Oops.
There you go.
Yep. I was clicking the wrong thing.
No, you're good.
Yeah. So, while that's happening, I guess she would just be like talking to Taki, just trying to get
I was just gonna say.
to like get to know him better.
Perfect. Yeah.
I see that, Ruka. I see you.
What was my OG plan if you ever came on the stream, Amy?
Oh my
Fulfilling
God.
it right now.
So Jue's gonna just be like,
Yeah.
so, from whence you hail? Sorry, I'm just trying to like.
From whence you
Ace, like
hail?
hearing that is like.
Kingdom.
Ace is trying not to eavesdrop on like, did she just say from whence you hail?
Hail there.
They'll match each other's energy. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say Taki's like having a good time with you in that conversation, and we'll see it a bit more of it in a bit there. But they're just having a good time while like this fight's about to start. So yeah, Accord is gonna get the first move here. So she's gonna go in for a swing. Just a very very strong start, just to kind of try to get that first blow to the stomach kind of deal. So I'll add a few modifiers here on my. Whoa, roll 20. Careful there. Yeah, I would say with like a +5 that would indeed hit. So I'll roll some simple damage here. I'm not doing the full, Okay, well, I'll say a solid 9 bludgeoning. Boom! As she lands a quick blow against you. You can definitely tell she is a regular with, like, an above averagely skilled regular. Based on your experiences with other regulars. But yeah.
Okay.
That's all she does. She remains near you.
So are we just rolling a d20 plus strength? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, almost as if it's like a strength save if you had advantage. You know what I mean? So strength plus proficiency added to the d20.
Okay, because my saving throw is a +7. That's why I just wanted to double check.
Yes, exactly. So adding that.
Okay, just
exactly.
Okay, all right.
That seems good.
So going for a swing herself. Oop, nope.
Okay, I think that's gonna be a bit of a swerve from Accord there, and the soldiers are kind of like, woo, go Accord, go Accord. Ooh, my roll 20 kind of glitching a little bit there. Go Accord. So she's gonna kind of swerve, and she's gonna back away a little bit and try to prepare something. So I'm gonna, if you wish, she's gonna walk away out of your melee range.
Okay.
Would you like to take an opportunity attack?
I mean, I don't know if she'd have the reach, like from just a practical standpoint. I think Eden would probably, like, if she sees her taking a step back, she'd take a step back herself.
Oh,
She
sure,
wouldn't want
sure.
to hit somebody in the back during a duel. Like, that's kind of, like, unsportsmanlike.
Okay,
so she
fair,
would probably
fair.
just take a step back herself and
Sure.
ready herself for whatever's coming.
That's totally fair. Okay, so she's gonna just kind of back away. She's like in a defensive position. So she's gonna spend her turn entering this kind of defensively, fists in front of her face, kind of ready for any attacks you might have after that first blow. So it goes back to you.
Okay. Eden's gonna kind of like take a second to recover, kind of flex a hand, and then realizing that ball's kind of in her court for this, she'll try and use her speed and agility to like rush in there, but like pivot at the last moment to try to like strike a blow on the side.
Yeah.
If she's got her hands up in a defensive stance, Eden being shorter, she's gonna take advantage of that and try and get her like in the lower rib cages.
Oh, okay. What do you? Yeah.
By spinning in there.
Do we want to do some kind of like check to then maybe give you advantage on the attack? You know what I mean? Or that works too. that hits for sure. That definitely hits. So yep, that is a hit for sure. So feel free to do. I forget how we're doing it for like unarmed strikes. It doesn't really. I was just doing D6 for a cord. I don't.
All right, we'll
just do D6 plus
D6.
strength. Yeah.
2?
D6 plus. Do you have 2 plus 2 strength? Is that your modifier? I think.
Yes.
2.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
So.
Well, technically it's 3 because of the stacks. So.
Yeah,
3.
that's true. So plus 3.
All right, so.
That's true. So 6.
So just 6 overall.
Yep. So you said you were kind of going in close in ribcage, like a ribcage attack.
So if she backed up and is like in a defensive
Yeah.
stance, Ian's gonna like on her back, like as she pivots to her back foot to
Yeah.
like go into defensive stance herself, seeing how the situation has changed. She's
Right.
gonna use that momentum off of her back foot to propel herself forward, and instead of like it looks like she's gonna go for the stomach at the last second, she's gonna pivot and punch with her left hand at kind of like the
okay,
lower
cool.
ribs.
Yeah,
So now
definitely.
she's kind of like with her
yeah.
momentum is now behind a cord. Like,
Okay.
Continue the attack.
Gotcha. Okay, so now Accord's kind of on the back foot after Eden's kind of wrapped around, and the surprise attack kind of catches her off guard a little bit there. She's gonna try to react strongly with like an elbow behind her. That's gonna be her like method of attack here. So let me make a little roll. Okay, so we're adding plus 5, so that's an 8. So that's a definite miss as she swings her elbow back. What is Eden's reaction to that?
Eden will be like, she'll see it coming with her own momentum, and like, she's already lower, so she'll just duck and kind of like use a hand to push it up and away, like
oh yeah,
make
for
it a
sure,
dancing blow type of thing.
For sure.
So
okay.
as that happens, because her arm is now, or Cord's arm is now out of position.
Yes.
Eden's gonna come back in with her left hand, and try to get her, get her back in the side again. So.
Yeah, let's do it.
Nope.
Ooh, yeah, not quite. Oh man, the dice. We can't see the full thing, but it's a little. It's always teasing
we're
us.
on each other.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I would say that's kind of the point, right? Is like this is like a fairly even kind of back and forth, and we see various techniques, different styles of techniques on display between the two individuals. And is there any additional details you want to add with Eden, like how she's handling all this, her choice of like what she's choosing to do? Yeah.
Like it's very clear. I would say. Who's in the group?
Ji-un, Taki, Leaf, yeah.
Ace would probably be more attuned to this. Leaf would probably catch on to it.
Yeah.
Later on in the battle, but like y'all could probably tell like Eden is relying solely on strength right now, and like there is something a little off with what's going on, but
ooh,
she's doing her best. She's doing her best.
Interesting. Okay. Well, those are all the rolls I need. I think that can kind of more or less summarize.
Oh, we gotta get a definitive.
Do you want to do one more? Do you want to do kind of a
get a
finisher?
definitive
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Then that works for me. So I would say that like after some back and
we can't end a duel.
Ace has a finger up.
But no, I actually
That's fair.
think. So as it looks, I think just playing off of what you just gave me,
Yeah. Oh, right.
Ace, sensing that there's something wrong under the skin of like Eden's fighting. I think that she's kind of been suspecting that there's been something wrong. She doesn't quite know what that is, but I think as like with her position, she sees that Accord and Eden are about to kind of go for that final round, and I think she just like claps her hands together and like kind of summons like we've got enough. Like that's enough.
So like we can imagine Eden that like both of you were like ready to go in for that, you know, like
Like we're like both like ready to punch each other.
Yeah,
Like, the boss lady called it off.
Yeah.
No more, no
Royal
more.
decree.
Right, yeah. So Accord kind of like stops and then like steps away from Eden and bows. It was a pleasure.
Back. Always good sparring.
Indeed. And all the soldiers begin to clap cordially at the demonstration.
I would like to like add just a fun flavor. I think June would have like made a like bets with Taki to see who would have won.
Right.
Oh,
Definitely.
So I don't think either of them won that bet.
Yeah.
Or
Taki's
whatever.
like, well, no, hold on. Who would June bet on?
Depending on what Taki would bet on.
I mean, I think Taki would have gone Eden. Taki would have gone all on Eden.
Yeah. I think she would have figured since they know each other.
Yeah.
So just to play off.
Yeah,
like,
just for the fun.
bet, and she would have gone with Accord.
Okay. Taki's very much like, oh no, hey, dude, okay, listen, we know who won, like clearly, like come on, this is not even a question, right? So like, you know, come on, June, like come on, hand it over,
But
come on.
according to my notes, you gotta. That's a good one, right? Okay. Oh.
It's mid, but
According-
continue.
Me. she just doesn't know what to say. Oh, she's just like, well, I had to give Accord a chance. You know, no one was cheering for her, so someone might as well cheer for her. You know.
Wow, that's awfully sweet of you, Eden. You did great. Woo! Yeah.
Taki? Less caffeine, my guy. Just maybe like one or two glasses less. You know?
I don't drink much caffeine.
Ian just looks at him. You sure?
It's just a little in the morning. And if I'm feeling like I need more in the evening, you know.
If I opened your inventory,
That's not.
there be
That's a
case
That's a violation of privacy. We don't have to go
I
there.
didn't say,
That's too far.
It's a hypothetical, and you've already fallen for it. That if I had opened your inventory, that there wouldn't be cases of energy drinks in there.
I plead the fifth.
I know you're testing Brack's new product.
Think about this. How did you know?
Cause
How's
he's
it
not
obvious?
You've been twitching ever since we got here.
Damn it.
And that was before you knew you were Ace's early betrothed.
All right. Anyway. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Anyways,
What? She's gonna be like,
And Accord, after finishing, you know, bowing with Eden and thanking her for the match, we'll go over to Ace. That was enlightening. Thank you for allowing me to witness the strength of your allies.
I also got to witness your strength. I think it's important that we support each other where we can.
Indeed. If I'm being honest, I do not have much skill with Shinsu. But I pride myself on being able to hold my own with my martial ability. So, I hope to use that to train these individuals who are in a similar situation as I. In the same way, I can promise you, Lady Lyria, that as long as we are around, we will not let any harm come to Avalon.
That's more than I could ever hope for. You continue to do your jobs, and I'll try to do mine. And she extends her hand for the stone.
She hands it to you almost as if she wanted to give it to you earlier, but had a bit of a selfish request. So, she hands it to you.
And Ace will repeat the same thing that she did with the previous stone, but just with a little more confidence this time.
Yeah, and it activates just as, if not more, with that confidence, you're able to do it easily this time. It's not even a question of what to do. And the stone begins to glow and regain its color, and the diamond on Accord's cheek begins to glow. Everyone sees the Shinsu stream, see or feel the Shinsu stream connect with your diamonds as you feel more power enter your body, as well as restoring the stone given to Accord.
Does Ace, when she gets like the
Yeah.
return to her,
Yes.
how does that? Does she? Yeah.
So,
what's up with that? She's
that's
like,
a great-
okay.
For sure. So I would say with two, it's especially easier to kind of figure out. So with these two powers kind of rising, it's clear that it's a different sensation of almost like a new kind of limb that's beginning to form in your mind that you didn't know was there. This kind of new perspective that is beginning to broaden, and you're getting the impression that it's maybe even going to be easier to locate other people with this similar power. It's as if you're starting to connect to people that are in the inner circle. And the more that you restore Nicholas's power to them, the more that you receive power from their diamonds that were also gifted by Nicholas. It's as if your perspective here on this ship in particular is beginning to broaden. You wonder if your theory about being able to kind of step into the role as heir in relation to the ship may hold water.
All right. She'll give Accord a bow. When the days aren't so crazy, I look forward to getting to know you.
Oh, my lady, it would be an honor. She bows.
I think we have more in common than you think. Not everyone can rely heavily on Shinsu. But it's a gift that we can, I guess. And she like taps her cheek and turns towards the group again, just kind of like, approaches the bickering Taki and Jiyoon and Eden over bets.
Yeah.
I say we go for the soul next. And not just because the prophet scares me, I'm not scared of him. But I would like to do the soul next.
All right.
Ooh. I wonder if he likes soul music. Okay, I'll stop.
I would say that Leaf chuckles, but Luke very much says, "This is something I'm not going to help you with, because I've already told what your task is regarding the soul. You need to find him. That's his task for you."
I need to find Shang.
No. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Just so we're
He
clear.
looks at Luke. You're
No.
the prophet. Are you talking about the prophet?
Sorry,
'Cause
that's yes.
I know I'm
Sorry
gonna have to
about
find
that
him.
one.
He's terrifying.
Yes. So, Shang, that's easy. Shang doesn't typically remain within this area. You'll find Shang at the gardens. And Leaf immediately perks up like, "Oh, yes."
Awesome. All right, we'll head there. And she gives Luke that side eye of like, this prophet's gonna give us.
Yeah.
She's gearing up like this is her foe from when she was little, like the one that she wanted to know the most about,
Right.
but that she couldn't get any info on because she was just a little girl. And
Right.
now she's coming for him.
Okay.
Yeah. She's like,
Perfect.
all right.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out if you're able to find such a person after our break. It's going to be a quick one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in like 5-7 minutes-ish. Enjoy the memes and the fan art, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Towers and Gods. I want to thank everybody who submitted memes and fan art. Thank you for your support. And with that said, I have a couple super chats I want to read. I almost forgot because right when we started, we had some support here. So let me thank Xi Jinping, Tower of God, top 5 strongest. Is Jahad scared of something? Well, we'll make a video on that surely. I saw you in the chat earlier. Thank you for your support. $4.99. Thank you. Cataclysm Drew with the membership, and then 40 gifted memberships. Thank you. My God, that is generous. Really appreciate you, Drew. I know you said then you were going to go lurk as a VOD squad. We love the VOD squad here, so thank you very much for your support. 40 memberships is very, very cool, and that means 40 more people who can use emotes, so thank you very much, Cataclysm Druid. Didn't want to forget to do that. So now we can return to the episode. We're gonna pick up where we left off before cutting back to Hugo's group. We're going to continue into the Jade Gardens with Ace's group. So this area, the Jade Gardens, is like on the map. I can pull up the map just so we can, have it here. Here it is. Yeah, so it's in the center, it's in the town area. There's a couple other, locales nearby. You see that crier again, kind of announcing some things, and you see merchants coming and going, and the kids playing once again. But the main thing is that these Jade Gardens are kind of this seems to be where the food is coming from. So when you enter, you smell, vegetation, and you see vines growing. It's kind of a secluded area, almost greenhouse to a degree, but without the enclosed nature of it being like a building. It's much more open, and as you approach, you see various workers and people that are tending to the crops and tending to the plants and such. You even see some fruit trees growing, and it seems to have taken a lot of effort because you're still on the ship, so it takes a lot of time, and you can tell that a lot of care and attention went into these jade gardens. And so I think the first thing is Leaf definitely gasping, and she's going around and checking everything out. And I think it's pretty clear, though, as you all approach these jade gardens, you see an individual who is going around and kind of, you can tell, more or less in charge, not from any kind of commanding presence in terms of you do this, you do that, but very much somebody who is caring for the plants and caring for the individuals who are helping tend to these plants. And you see a woman with graying hair. It's kind of like a dark orange color with some gray. And she looks up, and there's just a huge grin to her face as she quickly gets up and runs over. And Lyria, she's going in for the hug. She's going in for the hug. What do you do?
I think she just instinctually like she's not gonna back away from it.
Yeah.
I don't know if she registers who it is.
Right.
But yeah, no, she'll just sturdily brace for impact.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's definitely not like a it's definitely not like a tackle or something. This person is much weaker than you, but the force, the affection is what hits you more than anything, as she wraps her arms around you and tightly holds you close, and just kind of for a few good seconds there, a strong grip, for a non-regular, and you hear her voice. It is so good to have you back, Lyria. And she pulls back and looks at your face, up at you. This woman's maybe 5'3", and she's looking up at you. Oh my gosh, you've grown so much. And she's feeling your face and oh my gosh, look at you. Oh my God, you've grown up. And you don't really remember her very much. I think you're right in that.
I was about to say,
regard.
yeah. Where she's again, she's the affection's familiar, but she's not quite placing it. But still, she just we'll hug her back and kind of smile as someone does when they're like, "Oh my gosh, you were this tall when I saw you last."
Oh yeah,
the
pinching the
typical
cheek.
response, where she's just
Yeah.
And I'm guessing she can sense the presence.
Yes.
She can see the diamond. She's
exactly.
looking for the diamond.
Yep, the diamond is there. You can definitely tell that this is the soul. And she's wearing traditional, she's wearing the gardening gloves and the hat and the and all that stuff, the boots, her face is all smiles though, and everyone else that she was working with kind of gathers up behind her. Hey, don't crowd around her now, okay? She's still getting used to being home again, and we have to take it one step at a time. But she's saying it with a smile at the same time, and she looks at you with smiles.
Around.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I left before the Jade Gardens were really even. They were still just a concept when I was little. Nothing like this.
Well, it's one of the things we're most proud of. We've worked quite hard on it ever since you left. And actually, I don't know if you know this, but it was your mother's idea. Without Valentine, there would be no Jade Gardens. With a lot of our population, a lot of the people in this city, this town, growing older, we had to find a way of self-sufficiency without the use of the floating ship. And so the Jade Gardens serve us quite well in that regard. And in fact, some of our plants are used in the nearby Sapphire Springs Spa. And some of the merchants that travel through, they find particular usage and a particular fondness for our resources here in the Jade Garden. So we're quite proud of it. You can tell she's so excited to share all the stuff they've worked so hard on.
I think
Eden's
Ace
gonna-
just listens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eden's gonna
Go ahead,
quickly
Eden.
interject, noticing that Ace is not said a name, has not greeted her officially, and he's I'm so sorry. I'm one of Lyria's teammate.
Hello? Yes.
I didn't catch your name.
Sheng. My name is Sheng.
Sheng. Nice to meet you, Sheng.
It's great to meet you as well. Friends of yours? She looks around the group.
Yes, I'm so sorry. This is Eden. She points to Eden. June. Taki.
Hello.
Leaf.
Hello.
Taki will wave back. Oh, and then she'll say, I remember you. You were the one that, you stopped by here, didn't you? And he's like,
You did?
well, okay. When I first arrived, I didn't realize, it was nighttime, so I didn't really realize it was the Jade Gardens. But yeah, no, I certainly did. It's great to see you again, Miss Shang. And she looks around at the rest of your friends, kind of greets them.
You'll try and clock Ace and see, like, did that help spark a memory? Is she remembering anything?
She looks about the same.
Okay.
Or it's like, again, she remembers some things.
Yeah.
But not as familiar as she was with like Oboe.
Right.
But she like looks at Leaf in particular of like, I have my own floral loving friends in my own group, and she like gestures for Leaf to kind of come up beside her.
Leaf excitedly, shakes her hand. I gotta say, what you did with the vines at the entrance, I've never seen something like that. Do you use some kind of fertilizer or some kind of, and there's a few minutes where they kind of geek out together a little bit. And then Leaf kind of steps back, and she's gonna pardon herself as she goes to look at some of the nearby plants, and Sheng will smile at your friends and turn back to you. So, did you need something from here, or did you just wish to stop by?
Oh, well, I certainly, now that I'm more familiar with it, will be looking into what was given to the spa and might, enjoy some of that, see what all of the stuff is about. But I did come here to seek your assistance as someone who is part of my father's inner circle. And she kind of gives the spiel of like, I need your stone, and I need to try to freshen things up, and if there's anything that I can do to ensure this transfer, you let me know. And she's like bracing for it.
Of course. And as soon as you say that, she like reaches into her bag, her nearby bag of gardening supplies. I know there it is. She pulls it out. Here you go. She hands you the stone.
He's like looks at the stone like, you had this in your gardening supplies? The last remnants of my father's power in the bag of soil. Okay. She like, she kind of like
keeps it grounded, but
moist. Yeah.
I was not going to moist. I was going to grounded, but okay.
Yeah, I like grounded better.
Pretty sure everyone's listening, Just but yeah, she takes it and she'll again with even more confidence, like as she keeps doing it, she keeps getting faster and more confident with the transfer. And so she'll quickly try to like link up again to Shang.
The diamond on her face connects with yours. You feel you're getting a better and stronger understanding of this power, and I think the main thing I would say is it's almost as if it's like a kind of weight on your shoulders. Like sure, you're gaining power. Like there's no other way to can't beat around the bush. You're certainly gaining power, but there's it comes with almost a price in your mind that like the more power you gain here, you feel the weight of these people now. Their Shinsu and yours and your families. It's all one to a degree, and it's not all in a good way, So there's a mixed bag there, I would say. But,
when she's taking these on, do they all have like their own specific like you said, like it's like weight of different people. So like when she looks at Shang after the transfer, can she kind of like feel maybe what's behind the smile or like the concerns more like is like I guess
I see what you're saying. Can you roll insight with advantage for me? Because like you've tuned to her, and you don't really remember much from her, but you do kind of. Now that you've attuned to her, 23. 23 with that. Let's go. So, of course. I would say that like, it's definitely being the soul. There's a sort of, I don't know if an accepted sort of, what's the word? Kind of an expectation that you're gonna be the lively sort of the one that keeps everybody cheery, the one that keeps people going from like a kind of rallying perspective. Like if someone's gonna be optimistic, it's this person. They're gonna try to keep everyone together in that sense. Keep the optimism going, and I think that you can tell that even though it's not like a fake part of her personality, that the burden there is that she doesn't know how much longer. There's a sense of how much longer can she really do that by herself. And as you look around the room, you see that some people from Avalon are approaching the Jade Gardens, and her workers are getting ready to help them. And I think you kind of make a connection that this is an example of like, she does a lot for this town, and she doesn't get much for it, and she's okay with that, but it's definitely a tough burden to bear.
Okay. I think with that, as like the glow like fades, I think Ace in her mind, along with the pages that she's been describing of memory, all these threads are starting to like kind of shift red in her head, because she's most connected with the string of fate. And it's like, especially with the person who's supposed to be the soul, I think she understands through knowing Seoyoung and what he handles, or that personality type, she can kind of like see through it a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And we'll just kind of like give her a bow, like a longer, respectful bow.
Yeah.
Kind of like to convey, I can feel what you're feeling and thank you, type of thing.
Yeah. Okay, for sure. I think that she would then she would hold that for a moment and kind of accept that, but then turn to the people approaching the gardens. Oh, is it that time? We are going to be serving food now to these individuals, people who either don't have a home or they're looking for work. And she turns, we don't want to keep you, but thank you so much for stopping by. It's been great seeing you again, Lyria. It's been so long, and meeting all your friends. She's like kind of being pulled away to go help serve food to these people.
We'll meet again soon.
Of course.
She like kind of calls for Leaf and everyone to regather and quickly move on to the next.
When Leaf returns, she would say, actually, could I stay here and help them with this? I'm assuming you all probably would be okay. I'd love to learn a little bit more about some of this stuff. Plus, I did see some apricots, and it's been a while since I've made some of my old foods. I don't know. Maybe I could do something to help with all this. Is that okay?
Yeah, no. That's... I think Ace, like, puts a hand on her shoulder. Thank you. I know you've taught me to do a little gardening myself and all that stuff. You deserve it. You've been through a lot. So take all the time you need. Maybe she can help you.
I would like that. Thank you. Good luck finding the rest of the inner circle. Oh, go ahead, June.
And then June's just gonna put a hand on Leaf's shoulder, and then she's gonna be like, "You're great, Leaf." Actually, I was about to offer myself, but I'm glad you got this covered.
Would you like to join me, or? You'd probably be better served with the rest of the group. But I'm glad we were of the same mind, June.
Maybe if I have extra time, then
Right.
I'll come back.
If you want to,
But-
I'd welcome the company.
Yes, but can I ask for a favor?
Sure.
Can you ask her what a day in her job looks like for me?
Sure, June. I can ask her that.
Thank you.
Alrighty. All right, perfect. Making a note there. So you all finish your time at the Jade Gardens, and there's a moment where Taki goes over to Eden. Did you hear spa? Did I hear that right? Spa?
You've been here longer than us.
I didn't know there was a spa. That's awesome.
Must have been running around too fast, Taki.
You can tell that
Or
he's like
taking the sights.
he's intentionally trying to talk slower with you. Like he's yeah, wow, a spa would be really nice, don't you think?
Taki, don't change who you are. do you, man? Like
You told me it was too much earlier.
I didn't.
You said lay off the caffeine.
I said lay off the caffeine because you were twitching. That doesn't mean speak slowly. I'm just worried about your health.
Oh, I'm good. I got those great family genes. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you know. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Woo! Where are we headed next?
Yay! Oh my God! Well, Luke prepares you for the eventuality of having to find the prophet. But before we do that, and actually it kind of ties in well, I think. I keep thinking like Jong's group. I don't know, like for some reason it's Hugo's group. Jong, Brack, you're there as well. You're heading.
We're getting married.
That's all
Jong, you're in charge. Blue leader. Yeah.
You're now the fiance.
No.
You're my elite employee. Welcome.
Oh, I didn't sign up for this. No.
What would she
That's
say?
That's all Hitman 47. He's got this. It's all him.
But yeah, so you start to head in, like I've told you, there's like this kind of waterfall sound that you hear first before seeing it. There's like a little pond, a little mini, I don't know if pond does it justice. It's like a large pond, you know, and it's very beautiful. All kinds of flowers of different colors, especially the red colors kind of all around. There's like a little island in the middle of the pond, but the main thing you notice is behind in the back is a tall waterfall from a very tall cliff that the pond is next to. The waterfall pouring down into the little pond. The pond kind of trickles off the island to stream down miles and miles below. It's kind of more like a mini lake almost, but it's definitely a pond. And you all approach the little area. You see trees nearby and even some logs on the ground nearby. And yeah, what do you guys do?
I mean, you know what I'm doing.
I think I have an idea. You want to chill here
Where's
and
the source,
chat
brother?
with. All right,
Where's the
so
source? Give me the deets.
the source. Let me tell you, you're never gonna believe it. It's behind the waterfall.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Gave me 2 hours of looking.
Yes, sir.
That's crazy.
You rolled that 28 earlier. I will give that to you.
Is there anyone else here, like in this space?
Anyone else? No.
Like, no? Just the
There is
waterfall and the
not.
presence?
That's right. Well, I'll say this much, Brack. I'll say you notice this. You notice a bunch of fish swimming around in the pond, and Hugo approaches and says, "Based on what I heard about this root of joy, it's supposed to be growing in the water. If you guys don't mind, I'll take a look and see if I can find it." And he looks at you, Jong, as if to say, he kind of, in his own, he's here to do a job. He knows that you found something, and so kind of...
How about this? Why don't, this space isn't particularly big, why don't we all kind of split up and look around different places and see what we can dig up?
Sounds good. All right, I'll check out the pond.
Okay, and then he would specifically head towards the waterfall.
Mm-hmm. Ezra would be like, "Hey, can I join you? Kind of curious what's behind there as well."
If you find anything, let him know.
You
That's
guys
what
will
breakfast
be... You guys will be the first to hear from me.
So Ezra will head there. Brack, what do you want to do?
Oh,
Hugo's
Brack is
kinda-
going to swim with the fishes.
Oh, that's what Hugo's going to do. So you and Hugo, hey, look at you two. You're going to go take a dive, enjoy
it's
some
nice to have
time in
someone
the
doing work
water.
around here.
He's the best man or something.
Look at these
Go
two.
best men. Look at that.
And because I'm channeling Wu in this moment, my spirit is moved. You already see him at the top of the waterfall jumping off.
Oh,
Whether
beautiful.
he has swimming trunks on or not,
Thank you,
I
Hannah.
have no idea. That's up to him. The mist of the waterfall obscures
Yeah,
him, and
yeah.
you hear him go flying off the top of the waterfall. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. That
never change.
Exactly.
100%. Victor would go approach some of the trees. He's gonna kind of wander off. So who knows what Victor's up to? He noticed
checking
something.
for
Hopefully
nests
looking
and
for the
eggs.
item that we're here for. What the? Why is everybody just hanging out? I'm like, all right, everybody split up and look for clues. And they're like, I think I'm gonna go swim with the fishes. Actually, those those trees look really dope. I'm like, oh my god.
Come on, man. You know how it goes in Scooby-Doo. There's only one person that's actually doing the work. The other two people, they're off lounging around, and everyone else, they're doing what they want to do.
Hold on.
So
I
does
gotta
that mean
defend
Jong
Hugo.
is Velma?
I
Is Jong Velma?
Yes, Jong is Velma.
Listen. No, but I gotta defend Hugo here because he heard that the root of this root has an association with water, so he's checking under the water to see about.
I mean, hold on.
Then Jong is Fred.
It's one of the groups, so like that's.
I mean, not
fine.
Jong is Fred, but
What was that,
Hugo.
Jong? What was that?
Well, I was responding to Milios. He said that Jong is
okay.
Velma, and he was laughing as like, if it was an insult. And I'm like, no. Velma's the smartest one of the group, so like, thank you for the compliment.
Preach.
no. It's not an insult. It's accurate. That's all.
Oh, all right.
You're the one that's doing the work.
Guys, it's okay. You can both be Velma. Okay, so.
No. We can't. That's what we just got to say.
Hugo's bachelor party is them arguing who's Velma.
No, I'm Velma.
I thought you were Shaggy. No, you.
Okay, so
Victor's
yeah.
definitely Shaggy, bro. That's 100% true.
So I'll start with you, Brack. Can you do me a favor and roll nature for me? Can you roll nature?
Jack, one of the ones that I don't have anything for.
Yeah.
Nature, eh? Hold up, no, I do have something for nature. When the Pillsbury flood?
I don't think we've rolled nature like 2 times in the campaign, so.
Ay, ay, ay.
19. Shoot. Well, you and
Oh,
Hugo are going
sometimes
on
you gotta
a.
be one with the animals.
You're going on a bit of a scuba diving adventure without the scuba gear. You're going around swimming in the water. I mean, do you want to? Feel free to give me what Brack would be doing.
So Brack takes off his freshly made custom tailor suit.
Okay.
He puts it into his inventory, being down to nothing but his boxers.
Okay.
He then decides to put on some swim trunks. He grabs a nice little ducky snorkel out of his inventory as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he dives into the water. And as he's breathing, swimming with the fishes, you just hear a light little whack, whack coming from his snorkel.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Okay.
my gosh.
That's fantastic. Hugo is focus
Every
mode, but
breath.
he's right there with you, man. He's right there with you. And I'm going to say you notice it before he does. You see that there is a little patch of vegetation in the water where a bunch of fish are located, and you almost see like, oh, it with your high nature roll, you kind of connect the dots. Root, there's like a thing growing underwater here, like a food of some kind, like a, you know, and as you get closer, the fish disperse, and it's all gone. The root has been consumed. And as you swim around, you see another potential source of like vegetation, but these big fish, they then back away and it's gone. Like every source of what this root could be, the fish swim away and it's gone.
Big H, did you see that? Oh my God. Brack goes into his inventory and he gives Big H a snorkel.
Like one that you can talk, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brack.
So I
Oh,
cast
Hugo was just like, all right, I guess we're doing this, and just jumped in with no gear. I'll telepathically talk to him.
Yeah.
Reverse, did you see that?
I sure did. It seems as though I can't do it. Sorry. It seems as though I do think that's what we're after. But I think the fish are eating the root.
Are they eating it or are they the root?
No, I'm positive they ate it. And he keeps searching and searching through this pond. They're all gone. These fish love the root.
So, what do you say we make ourselves some sushi when we see these fish gathered around what looks to be like a root-like structure? And that way, we get the fish and we get the root.
He looks at you like surprised at the idea. That actually sounds like a great idea. All right, you lead the way, Brack.
Brack goes swimming through the water.
Okay.
Like a brisk duck.
Mm-hmm.
And then he hold up, do I gotta roll for it to see like where the fish are?
Yeah, roll
like
animal handling with advantage. With your high nature roll, I'm going to give you advantage on animal handling. Oh, shoot.
God, dang,
have you
something I
ever
don't
rolled
have.
this before?
I think I
Brag
wrote
rolling
animal
and
handling once.
I feel like Woo and maybe one other person are the
11.
ones that do
Uh-huh.
animal handling.
I agree.
Yeah, got an 11.
An 11.
That's
I'll have
terrible.
Hugo also roll it. Because he's right there with you. You know, he's right there trying to see what he can do. I forgot to put this in, so we'll go something like that. All right, what does Hugo get? That's not with advantage. So just the first number. 11. Great. Well, okay. The both of you have a very I mean, listen, like you're able to tell where they are generally speaking, but you're not able to like deduce with certainty what the best course of action might be. You know, like in terms of getting one, or like you're not, you know what I'm saying? Like you have to do a little bit more searching, I think. You're not able to quite pinpoint a good location yet. Damn it, we're running out of time.
Let's go up and let's call Blue Leader.
Yeah, okay. He's a good swimmer, right?
I mean, he could just shock the fish.
That was exactly my point. I'll just fry the whole fucking pond, bro. We'll end this shit real quick. I love that Hugo was the one who was like, yeah, we could do this. And Brad was like, no, I know what
yeah. Hugo was like, you're right, a third swimmer, yeah.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, okay. I'm gonna say then that you approach the waterfall, Jong. Do you step through the waterfall? Do you do anything beforehand?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
No, yeah.
I'll say that like Ezra does like a simple observer roll and determines that there is no danger within this area behind the waterfall. In fact, I'm gonna say he kind of remains right outside of it and lets you kind of explore. He's gonna kind of just continue using his observer. So you enter more or less alone. And yeah, you sense this Shinsu trail, but now that you're this close, it's almost as if, like, yeah, whatever you felt with Nicholas, it's like around the corner in this place. It's rather dark, but I'm going to say you have your pocket and whatever light source you might need. So just to be clear about that.
Okay.
Is there any rolls you want to do?
I mean, she said it's dark, but like I have some visibility.
Yes.
Do I have enough visibility to locate the item just with my eyes, or like would I need to, or if it's in a like I guess yeah, okay, maybe like a roll to determine. I don't know if I'm looking for an object, a person.
Sure. Okay.
A piece of, you know what I mean. So like maybe something to determine.
Let's do perception to determine what you're what you're sensing. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We got our dark wind for the day. Let's go.
Dark wind, bro.
Dude, the series of that dark wind.
You're gonna have to like buy that track at some point. Bro.
I should. Yeah.
Fuck.
12. Yeah. It's you can't tell if it's like the item, an item. But I'll say this much. It's like it's not much further in, you know. Like I think you'll just kind of get a view of it pretty soon.
Okay. So then he would just head, you know, as far in as he can go. You know, probably like following the initial trail that he like locked onto earlier.
So cool. Well, as you walk further into the cave, you start to near the end of it. It's not a very long little alcove in here, and at first you're like, really? But then when you look at the wall, you see little carvings etched, like writing and symbols etched into the wall. Diamonds and other shapes, but mostly diamonds. You see writing that you don't recognize as well, like foreign writing, at least to your recollection. You don't immediately place it. But the main thing that hits you is that it's almost as if what this source is like contained within the writing, like that, almost as if something has been trapped and is waiting to kind of release.
Like it's a seal?
Kind of. Like, yeah.
Okay.
But I'll leave that with you for now. Like, what is your impression? What do you do?
So first thing he would do is, with his pocket, take pictures of all this, like the symbols, the location, whatever is here that is visible. He's would collect evidence of it. And so, okay, do I already know? Because you were kind of saying that from before, that the same energy coming from these symbols, is the same like artificial energy that he deduced was like linked to Nicholas. So
it's extremely similar. Yeah.
Okay. So whoever's behind these symbols presumably is the same one that either built or utilized whatever device caused Nicholas to get sick. Is there...
kind of. Yeah. I don't want to confirm that 100%, but...
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking aloud.
Okay.
I'm just piecing things together in my own head.
Okay.
So is there a role, a way for me to deduce... Okay, I need to look for like a clue about who left this here, right? So if there's a role I can do to deduce some kind of evidence that whoever left this here would have left behind, maybe even if it was unintentional, like...
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and let's do... Ooh, I have a fun idea. History.
Okay. History.
Yeah, we're busting out all the crazy rolls today.
Yeah, this man said, what have I not had them roll in a decade? History. Where's history? Right here. Okay.
19.
Okay, that's not
19.
bad.
Ooh. So it takes you a minute because this is extremely what's the word? Like specific? That's not the right word. Yeah, this is not common but there's something about something recent that kind of scratches your mind, and you recognize some kind of ancient writing, but in association with the Raine family, particularly Nicholas. You get the impression that Nicholas himself etched this into the wall, and the writing appears to be not a spell. Like whatever is trapped in the writing is almost unintentional. So Nicholas wrote this, etched this into the wall, possibly with another person, like Valentine, almost as a kind of little, maybe it's a secret spot or something. And whatever's behind this wall is like unintentionally trapped here, almost as an accidental side effect of what's going on. So it might not be the cause, but a side effect. You're kind of getting closer to.
So the side effect. Yeah. So presumably, Nicholas and Valentine trapped whatever this is behind this wall, and the side effect of sealing it away like this is presumably what got him sick.
Maybe. What I'll say is this. Roll Arcana. Roll Arcana. Roll Arcana. I know it's a lot of rolls, but...
You only gotta tell me once, brother.
Okay.
It's my favorite stat.
Go ahead and roll with advantage because your high Arcana roll from earlier, I'm
Yeah, boy. Yeah,
I'll give it to you. I don't think you'll need it, but I don't know. Oh.
I did need it, actually.
Yeah, okay. You would have got... Okay, well, fair.
Damn.
26. So let me say this much. This you're feeling this presence within the wall. Something there is almost familiar. You almost for a moment... I'm doing the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator. I've been playing Baldur's Gate recently. Sorry. You almost for a moment feel like the presence behind the wall is a person. Another person, then another person, then another person. You almost feel like Brack is behind the wall. That sticks out to you. You almost feel like you feel Brack's presence as one of those presences that you feel. Contained in this strange, blocked amalgamation of Shinsu.
You said that I felt Brack's presence, but you said there was multiple presences.
Yeah, like
right?
you started feeling like it was someone there, kind of too quick to know if it's who, but then you immediately are like, wait, Brack? Like for a moment. you catch Brack's presence, and then it moves on to someone else and someone else and someone else, and it's kind of this weird, chaotic bundling.
Okay, I want to. Let's see here. Really. Okay, so you said I can effectively rule out a spell, right?
Yes.
Which means whatever this is, to some degree, is responsive to Shinsu.
To some degree.
I want to use a sort of like what's the word I'm looking for?
Mm-hmm.
I want to use like a lesser version of conductive flow to basically disrupt the energy of the seal and see like if that changes anything, triggers anything.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna even have you roll. If that's what you want to do, that's what you can do here. I want to like cut to Brack real quick. Like Brack, you wanted to go get Jong, right? Your idea was to go get Jong.
Who's gonna call him on the pocket?
So Jong, could I say that like right as you're about to? You just... Yeah.
That is like totally like my brother from fucking upstairs will call me. I'm like, dude, you're 2 feet away. Why are you calling me?
Yeah.
And you can tell like he was like focused in the moment, and then like the ring of the pocket kind of like, like, and then he sees it's Brack, and he's like, oh my god, Brack.
Yeah.
Ring, ring,
Yes,
ring, 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 ring. Phone call. Hello. I have a job for you, Blue Leader. It's a job that only you can do.
Was it so sudden you couldn't walk 2 feet into the waterfall and tell me?
I'm not walking over there.
Oh my god. Hi, Brack. What is this? What do you need?
You're inside the waterfall, right?
Sure.
How far away are you from the water?
Joe, how far am I away from the water?
Like a good maybe 25 feet, 30 feet.
25, 30 feet.
Not that far.
All right. There, yeah, you should be able to do it. I need you to send some lightning into the water.
And you can tell he has this moment of like, now why is he? And he's like, you know what? Whatever, fuck it. He turns around, and so he's going. So I'm gonna use Bolt Trap.
Okay, yeah.
Then I'm gonna use a trick that he learned from New Lug.
Ooh.
With, Shinsu expansion to basically blow up the scale of the trap, so that it would cover the entire distance of like from where he is to the pond. So that like kind of kinetic energy would take care of the rest and just like light that shit up.
Okay.
They're out of the water, right?
I was
They're out the water.
Right.
They're out the water. Yeah.
You guys might want to take a couple steps back.
Hugo comes back barbecued.
I'm doing this for you, Hugo, I think.
Yeah. So like Brack, you call Jong, and like suddenly you just like see this. You see it, like, you know, these sparks kind of run through the water, and it like lights up the whole pond. And at first, you know, the lightning kind of disperses, and Hugo kind of like, whoa. And then you just see dead fish floating to the top, one after another. Most of them in pieces, you know, they're all just floating to the top.
Yes.
I'll take 2.
Hugo, get in that.
You guys
Got a good catch.
Yeah, Hugo immediately starts looking for the roots that the fish ate. And Brack is helping out there. All right, Jong, now that that's been taken care of,
just helping making lunch, doing my part, you know.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Uh-huh.
Anyway, back to the Scooby-Doo mystery.
All right, Velma, what do you do?
Well, Shaggy, I'm glad you asked.
I'm Shaggy? I was Shaggy a couple days ago, that's for sure.
Look, when I hear your voice, the first person I think of is Victor.
That's fair.
Victor is definitely
fair.
Shaggy of the group, so that's just what happened.
Got it.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to use Conductive Flow on the seal and see what happens.
So, whatever was gathered here, it does feel as though it was an accident. And it's like an anomaly. And so you doing that is enough to kind of set things in motion, to kind of free a bit of what's within, and thereby get a bit of a closer idea of what's happening. The main thing that I would say, I'm trying to find a good track for this. It's kind of we'll see as we go, but that's not bad. It breaks free more or less from the, like, this force kind of erupts from the wall, and you can even see it kind of cracks. The wall kind of cracks, and it starts kind of flying out from the wall, but it's homing towards something. It's flying initially. Okay. You might go ahead. Yep. What do you do?
So if it's like a physical, well, I wouldn't even say.
Yeah.
If it's not, I would say John would try to capture it, whatever it is.
Try
before it leaves.
Yeah. Interesting. How so?
Well, actually, I could probably use, because conductive flow has a paralyzing effect, so I could probably just use the same ability. Like as soon as it launches out of whatever the seal is,
right?
Like sort of as a reaction, he would like immediately, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like put his hands up to try and,
Ooh, interesting.
Stasis this thing.
Can you then? What would be an appropriate role there? Arcana, sleight of hand. As you're gonna. I
think
sleight of hand might be decent.
So
if we're trying to catch it.
Yeah, I would say sleight of hand, maybe even like a
athletics. That's another option.
I was gonna say that, or like a dex save. I don't know, like because it's
interesting.
It's like
yeah.
It's his reaction to seeing this thing
right.
Him, you know what I mean? Like that's
let's do a dex save. Let's do a dex save.
Okay,
that's a fun idea. Yeah.
So that's just a straight dex roll, right? Like.
Well, if you're proficient in dex, you get a proficiency bonus. But see, there's an option to click dex save next to the stats up there. But it should be the same thing if you're not proficient.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. It's just been a minute since I rolled this.
I get you.
Here we go.
19. 19's pretty freaking good.
That's pretty good, bro. I'm just saying.
That's pretty good. Well, Jong, you could tell that like this thing was. It's almost like something that isn't meant to be grabbed and contained, but you do. Like you certainly kind of catch it. The best way I can describe this is what's a good example? Almost like Harry Potter, like the bludgers, you know, how it's kind of like moving around and really hard to, you know what I mean? You're able to grab it, but it's like, it's thrashing around, you know, so you're kind of like, you're able to contain it, but yeah. So you have it within your grasp, but it definitely wants to leave the cave. Who knows where? Who knows after that?
Oh, man. I just got an idea again.
Okay.
And it involves the one person that's not here.
Shoot, Wu?
Yeah.
What do you want him to... I mean, listen, Wu is there, you know?
Well, that's what I mean. I want to trap this thing in his gourd.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Like, while
God.
held down so that it can't escape.
Do we want to try that? I'm sure Wu would be down to do that.
Yeah. Well, okay, let me present to you with this. Would it be easier for me just to do this thing by myself? Or would it be easier to call in aid?
That is a fantastic question. I will say this much: in your current state, I don't think you're really going to be able to do. Like, your focus is on containing it. You can't really investigate it or figure out more about it right now. So I honestly that is an option. I don't know. The thing about Wu's gourd is, like, can he contain it within a separate space than, like, everything else?
So this is at least the way he's explained it to me.
Yeah.
It's basically think of the space as being able to create its own infinite amount of instant spaces.
Yeah.
You go in, and then you can be moved to any individual space, which can be separate from any other space.
So he can kind of contain it.
So he could make
separately
an isolated
from
space for this thing from everything else he has in the gourd.
Got it. That makes sense. So I would say that's certainly an option for sure. Who knows what? Yeah.
So hold on real quick. What's like? Could you describe this thing to me? Like as Jong is physically like holding it. Like is this like a? I don't know, like a creature? Is it like what is?
Yeah,
can
imagine.
You know
so
I mean?
it's very transparent. So it's almost invisible. It's really tough. I would say you have Shinsu channeling throughout your body, and so your own Shinsu through your body that's the best vessel you have to kind of manifest that. But it's very, like, the best I can describe it is it's kind of a gray color, grayish, whitish color, kind of wispy, you know? If there is a color to it, that's what I would assign.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go with the
Woo
plain
plan?
board. Yeah.
Hannah, Hannah as Woo. Hannah, what's up?
Hello. Hi.
You are the resident Woo player.
It's
I'm
me,
assigning you
Woo.
as Woo.
Yo.
So yeah, how's it going?
Hi.
I would like Woo. You said Woo dove into the water, or is he back on top of the waterfall?
Well, Woo dove off the
That's
waterfall.
right. I forgot about that.
So
Woo get
as he's
zapped?
surfacing, he's surfacing, because obviously it's a pretty far drop.
Right.
He's comes up, because we're gonna hand wave magic this. He's gonna come up on the underside of the waterfall, on the side nearest to Zhang. And as he pops up out of the water, he's gonna see Zhang and be like, "Brother," and run over with his gourd and put it in. Bada bing, bada boom.
Beautiful. Oh my God, look at this. Okay.
So,
I just
Pretty
imagined him like aerialing out of the water, you know, like part of your world. Doing it.
yes, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Part
He
of
would,
your
and he'd probably
world.
make some smart ass remark about like, does Jong look like he needs help when he very clearly
Oh
does, 'cause
yeah,
he's,
yeah,
like,
yeah. You
struggling
good
to
over there,
contain this
buddy?
fucking,
Yeah.
like,
Oh, for
weird
sure.
slug thing.
Yeah.
And then he's probably gonna look over to Pigsy over to the side, because Pigsy's randomly there, and be like, "Why didn't you help him?"
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
He'd say something like making sure he's got inventory, even though he damn well knows he has space in the gourd. For this thing.
He's like,
And
one
he's
sec.
like checking, like looking, you
Yeah.
know, down on an imaginary clipboard, being like, I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of crazy shit in here recently.
That's true.
It's our
Well,
bag of holding.
I would
We
say
love you,
so.
Woo.
So, Jong, while this, I would say I want you to do one more. Let's do an athletics check
what you
to
mean?
see if you can finish, if you can fully contain this thing while Woo gets the gourd ready. So just one more athletics check to determine if you can manage to remain. I know you rolled a lot, but I think it makes sense to see if you manage
Would
to.
Woo give him
remain-
advantage with animal handling, since Woo's the animal handling
Yeah,
guy?
but this isn't an animal. This is like wild Shinsu. So I think it's not quite the same.
Yeehaw.
Yeah. So.
Let's see. Okay,
Cowboy
so
John
Think
is
raw
back.
athletics. Raw athletics. Cowboy John. Yeah, let's see if you can lasso this
back.
thing. Yeah. Okay.
Wind it up.
Let's see.
Twister, let's go.
Big money. Big money. Big money. Big money. Big money.
Athletics.
Catch
Oh,
that
yeah,
Pokemon. Yeah. That's it. An 11. Okay. I'm gonna say it's starting to.
Get a
It's,
help action.
I'm gonna say that now. Basically, it's starting to slip free. Woo is there though. I'm just gonna say that Woo needs, like, if Woo now wants to contain this thing, he needs to roll sleight of hand to like cup it. As you know what I'm saying? Instead of it being I think we need an additional
Okay.
check to see if Woo can contain it. Does that sound like, unless you know, that's the best I can do here, because I think I wanted to see if you could contain it for Woo's arrival. You know what I mean? I think it's starting to slip. Woo is there. Woo is gonna have to do a sleight of hand to get this thing. What's up,
You
John?
said
Yeah.
you said that this thing is kind of like raw Shinsu.
Yes. Wild Shinsu. Weird wild Shinsu.
Okay,
Weird
but
wild
like
Shinsu.
as in like, because somebody asked about an animal handling rule, and it's not an ant.
It's
It's
not.
a creature.
No.
It is Shinsu.
Yes.
Could I like basically what is effectively knock this thing out? Could I like overcharge and overload it?
I'll let you try. I'm gonna have it be a high DC though.
Right.
So, and I'm not gonna. I think just if you want to do Arcana, I'm gonna have a high DC for it though. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's try it.
Okay. Let's just because I don't. Yeah. Okay. Let's
Let's do it. 21. That's
Does that
enough.
beat it?
Yeah,
Yes.
it does.
Woo! All right, okay. So I want to say, like, I'll describe it. So as he's like holding it,
Mhm.
he's been doing a lot of training with, like, you know, New Lug and like Brooke, but specifically with Brooke, one of the things he's learned is not just you know, his techniques and how to amplify them,
Yeah.
but also like different ways to like manifest and contort Shinsu. So like, you know, obviously there's the more useful method he's used, which is like amplification, right? Making his own attack stronger or bigger, kind of like what he just did with the trap. But also basically another version that he's learned to do, and specifically with his left arm being that it is comprised of Shinsu itself, is what is effectively like a lower tier version of reverse flow control, right? So like moving and shifting Shinsu inside another person's body.
Oh, sure.
Right. So basically, because this thing is comprised of wild Shinsu, like as he's like holding it, he can sense it, or he can kind of like feel it it's about to slip away, and with his left hand kind of like grips onto it as tight as he can, and then you can see like it almost looks, I would say like, you know, I'll just say Wu because I know he's not, but he's you know, the only one who can see this. Like it looks like his arm is starting to almost like pull the Shinsu from this thing into his hand, and then like in one like swift motion, there's like just like wave of like air almost like just, you know, it blasts through the cave, and then like I imagine this thing just kind of limply, you know, like falls into his hand. So
I would say it definitely you're able to overcharge
or
it
however,
enough that
yeah.
No, I think it falls limp for a few seconds. It starts to kind of convulse. Enough time for now.
Enough time to
take it away, Wu. Take it away, Wu. Our resident Wu.
Well, brother, that was some good work there. Gramps would be very proud. He slaps Strong on the back of the head. Only I'm better at it.
Damn.
You just put this in the gourd, you idiot.
It's already in there. I don't know why he's starting to get very New York all of a sudden, but he is.
Hey!
He took a trip to the Bronx.
It's like Red Riding Hood, like, woo, what a noticeable accent you have.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I'm walking.
Anyway, yeah, I mean,
He'll never know this is happening.
He'll never know.
Mission
He'll
success.
come back next week. We'll be like, you have to speak with a New York accent. Now. We're so sorry.
No explanation needed.
Character's gone under some modifications.
Yeah. Well, mission accomplished. Wu traps the Shinsu in the gourd, and
Right.
the silence kind of fills the cave. I would say, you know, Ezra kind of walks in to be like, "What the hell happened in here?" You know, checks Jong and Wu. What are your reactions after that happened?
You can see, or
Jong, yeah.
Like, Jong is getting up and brushing him. Like he looks like he's just been in some kind of scuffle, but there's obviously like just him and Wu are the only ones in the cave.
Right.
Well, if I'm lucky, I think I just found my first real clue. And he looks back. Is that symbol still on the wall now that thing is out?
It is still on the wall. Just now there's like a crack,
Okay.
and it just looks like a normal carving on the wall now.
Okay.
Now, Brack,
Interesting.
can I have you roll religion, please? And thank you. That'd be great if you could roll religion
All right,
for
let
me.
us bow our heads and pray. Amen.
Amen. Let's see.
5 loaves and 2 fish. Let's go, Brack.
6.
Oh, my
I'm
bad.
gonna
6,
say, yeah. I mean, you're
no,
you're helping Hugo like the fish, and just it's a.
You don't got time to pray.
Yeah.
They just took out the entire ecosystem. They just have basket upon basket of dead fish.
Oh,
We're gonna have to restock the pond.
Look, it's
Damn.
a video game, right? They'll just respawn. It's fine. It's fine.
Right.
Resources are low.
What resources? That's crazy. Anyway, we got lunch if you guys are hungry.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could tell Hugo like he finishes collecting as much as he can, and he kind of like looks back at the pond. I don't think any survived. I think that's it.
Oh no.
That's not too late, Big H. Throw him back in.
What? They're in pieces, Brack. Like.
Oh no. You said throw him back in the water. Let him drown.
Christ is in his voice.
He said, let Jahad be with them now.
He's a broken man. I killed them. I killed them all.
He was literally like, we won, but at what cost?
This was supposed to be the root of joy,
Yeah.
not the massive like that wasn't
Not
sacred.
for nothing. I'm happy. I did what I set out to
That's how
do,
the story
bro.
pans out. Huh?
Look. I got the evidence to help Ace's dad. I got lunch for everybody. Like,
wow.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm just saying, bro. Look. All I'm saying is it's a matter of perspective.
Right,
you know? That's
right.
all I'm gonna say.
You're not wrong. Hugo is able to collect enough pieces of the root, of all different roots that it constitutes the requirement.
He just dumps them like on the table in front of Valentine, and he's like, "Look, you didn't specify like it had to be in one piece."
Just tied all the. But he nods as if to say, "All right, we did the deed." Yeah, Jong, I'm gonna assume you and Wu and Ezra exit the cave, and you see the fruit of your labor, and all the good stuff outside. Do you convey everything that happened to everybody?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, I think he would just say like he's found something
enough
that
to
will help him
for sure
figure out what's wrong with Nicholas.
Well, I'm gonna as the last part of this scene, Victor's gonna, hey guys, come over here. He's like off in the distance with a bunch of trees. Guys, come on.
Doing nothing.
Come on.
Okay.
Guys, look. I found something. He's going to point out, and you can see that there's a few logs, like, nearby. This little clearing in the trees. The waterfall is nearby. The cliffside, the water falling down. And he comments, I think this is a pretty important place to somebody. Look, you can see it's a little campsite. They take good care of it, but I think this might be, I don't know. I think someone likes to camp here sometimes.
John just looks at everybody else like, one of y'all got this, because I don't know.
Would you rather I have not
assignment?
Did you rather I would have not told you this? This feels important to me.
And why is that, Victor? What have you deduced from?
Oh, I don't know. I found human activity. I found human activity, Jong.
Oh my God, humans come here? No way. Holy crap. Breaking the case, Victor. Well done. Well done. Truly.
I think that was sarcasm, Biggie.
Thanks for spelling that one out. He just kind of, just sulks off. And the group prepares to continue their journey. The next two destinations in sight. They're going to kind of knock them out one after the other. But I'm going to cut back to the Ace group. That was a lot of stuff that happened over in the Hugo group. Let's cut over to the Ace group. So, Luke said, hey, okay, listen, we have 3 more. You're halfway. Luke and Valentine, you already know. They're you have them ready to go whenever you need them. They're just this prophet figure. The prophet. What is your strategy with the prophet, Ace?
Well, Luke already told her that he wants her to find him.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And also, imagining these scenes happening side by side. It's like, I'm sure that'll not affect us later. It's fine. I think first she'll go to Luke. If I'm correct, and the more that I recharge these stones and the diamonds, my connection to everyone gets stronger via Shinsu. If I have your stone done, then it might aid me in being able to sense the prophet better than if I would be without it.
I can't feel exactly what you're feeling, but like you say, we're here to experiment with you as the heir, taking on your father's power. I'd say it's a worthy pursuit. How does it feel? What do you feel?
I feel presences. I feel weight. I feel Shinsu. It's not clear yet, but I feel like the picture gets clearer with each stone I take, which is why she extends her hand out to him. So if I, charge yours up, then I might have a better chance in connecting to the prophet wherever he is. Might be able to actually sense him or something like that. The inner circle's connected, aren't they?
He looks at your hand and then back up at you. I need to know something first.
I offered to prove myself to all the other members, and you're no different. What do you need?
As you know, I became the keeper while you were absent. He kind of stops himself as if absent, while you were gone. The keeper's in charge of the family's assets, the general upkeep of the Avalon. Sure, Oboe may be handling a lot of the mechanical side of things, and Shang may be working to help feed the residents of the city, but the keeper is the one who handles the finances of it all. Keeps it together. And if someone wants to communicate with us, they go through me. If you were in my position, if any of you, and he turns to Ace's companions, were in my position, had received the offers that I received, the people came, approached you, what would you have done in my stead? What would you have done in my situation?
I think Ace, she, puts a hand on his shoulder. It's not fair to ask what we would have done. There are too many variables, too many individuals, different perspectives. It's not a fair question. But I could say that, and it's something that I've learned too, I would have wished that you would have relied on more of the people around you, instead of taking it all for yourself. You always did that, Ever since we were kids. Even when we didn't know that we were Raine's, you still took on all my burdens. When we were orphaned in Artlam, just two scared kids, sensing a connection between us but not knowing what. You still took it all on. And you went into dangerous things because of it. You took on too much. You were always running off. And I always chased after you and I found you. And one time, the last time, I did that. It was all taken away. And we had to start from ground zero. So, I guess I would have wanted you to have relied more on people. The ones around you. The ones who gave you a second chance. Just like how I had to learn to give up that control and independence to some degree, so that I stopped rushing into things. Not without making my own mistakes first, but we're nothing without the people around us.
How did you learn to do that? What made you realize that was something you had to do, and how did you take steps to work on that?
I think if maybe there's a better way to put this. I was starting to suffocate. I was starting to cling on desperately to any shred of air. You can't live in a state like that, where it's just yourself. Desperation. Eventually, you either choose to continue breathing on your own, find a way out, take a hand, or you stop. And I didn't want to stop. So I decided that if trusting people is what I needed to do in order to get further in life, then that was just gonna have to be a risk with breathing.
He takes in all your words. There's a bit of a pause. You're kind of unsure if he's gonna even respond, but then he finally says, "You're not always gonna be here." He looks up at you. "After you finish whatever it is you're doing here, you're gonna continue your climb.
And then I'll be back.
You'll be back." But you can tell, like, he wasn't even sure, like, what you were gonna say there, but he's like, "Okay, well. But until then, I want to take care of this family. This family that's done so much for me. That took me in. Made me a part of their inner circle. Even though I had no right to be. Not by blood. Or merit. They saw potential in me, and He clenches his fist. I want to start earning that chance. I want to be someone that you can count on while you're gone. And even when you're not gone. All of this has taught me that I have so much to learn, but I think for the first time, I want to learn."
That's where it starts, huh? But also, don't sell yourself short. My parents chose you to be my companion when we were young. The closest person to their daughter. Who helped me make my decisions, who helped train with me. He was my only friend for a long time. It's not an easy task. And even when I wanted to run away, and did run away, you came with me. You protected me for as long as you could. And eventually both of our stubbornnesses run out, but then you found me again, and I found you. And she, like, motions down to, like, she, like, puts her hand down and kind of, like, grabs his wrist. I'm starting to believe that everyone in my life, everyone in Avalon, is connected by a red string. You would have been one of the first, always following me around. And although the strings can waver and sometimes even drift apart for a time, they always come back. There's nothing stronger than that. So, I put that trust in you. That no matter how far you might drift, or we both drift, it'll come back. And the string will be stronger than ever.
His eyes begin
That's
to...
what I believe.
For the first time since you've, like, as far as I know, since you've reunited with him, you see his eyes start to kind of... A tear begins to well up. But he closes his eyes. And then he smiles and hands you his gem.
She'll take it. And again, with all the confidence, even more so, as she looks at him and kind of like gives a smile, as that cheeky grin of the kid that used to, you know, playfully torture him.
Yeah.
And it just glows in the string between their faces.
Aw.
Ignite.
Yeah. Your diamonds connect. You feel, as you recharge the stone gifted to him by Nicholas, that his diamond in return gives you the Keeper's power. Taki claps. And then Luke, he kind of steps away. Right, next. 2 more, right? 1 more before your mother.
Mother will be the last one. But she looks at Taki. You're fast. Right?
Fastest man in the tower, baby.
Oh, you call me baby.
Huh?
What's
up? What do you need me to do?
So, now, the Prophet's a tricky one. He's, well, for all intensive purposes, the Prophet is the most mysterious member. And she's like, describing this story. It's like a kid retelling it from like,
Okay.
she's like,
Yeah.
"Listen, Father, you would tell me about all the inner circle members because one day they were going to be, my inner circle. So, but the prophet was the one that he would never tell me anything about other than that he was the one who traveled outside Avalon most often and he would come back and have stories and stuff like that. But I haven't ever seen him. Except out of like maybe like a cloaked figure that I assumed was him during meetings, but like never the face. And that drove me absolutely crazy as a kid because I like to see everything. I don't like secrets hidden, like all that stuff. Drove me insane.
Okay.
So that's one of like the memories of the inner circle, right?
Okay.
Is that we gotta get this dude, right? So if I can pinpoint him, I don't want him to get away. I want to make sure that you're the fastest that you can help me reach him.
Okay. Yeah.
Or just not let him get away. Like,
Yes.
Kind of like corner,
Yes.
like a strat, yeah.
Got it. Yes. I'll catch him if it's the last thing I do. All right. He's like looks around like where's he at? Where's he at?
Can Ace try to sense where he's at?
Yes. Can you roll
Follow the
Arcana
strings?
with advantage?
See, I wish I was like Jong and that might help because I could be like, oh yeah, maybe that's my stat, but it's not.
Actually,
18.
Okay, that works. Okay, yeah, that works. 18. Takes you a second, but with the keeper and the soul and the mind and the strength all kind of merging into your diamond and all the experiences you've had in this town, you sense someone in the Raine Manor and one other figure in the middle of the town, amidst a few dozen other people, blended in with the crowd.
Ace cracks her knuckles, cracks her head, and then you just see her with like this energy, and maybe it's because like the diamonds are like it's all surging. It's like that adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just because like she sees the end in sight.
Mm-hmm.
She's getting a little bit of hope. She looks at Taki, like dabs him up, race you to town, and like just takes off.
Oh, damn. Okay. I got you. Oh my god. Okay, I'll try to find it. Where is it, frick? Trying to find it. Why can't I find it? It's fine. Yeah, sure. He immediately, reciprocates. Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. Whatever. Yeah, you both start dashing into town. Is he gonna overtake you? Like, cause you know more or less where it is, but like, are you kind of pointing him in the right direction? Like, what do you think?
Yeah, I think she's like partly messing with him to a degree where she'll be like,
oh, okay,
okay.
okay.
He'll be ahead, and she'll be like,
there it is.
like over here actually, like I'm going the right way.
Okay.
But then I think she'll like actually kind of like pace side by side, kind of like in the anime sequences where they're all side by side, like panting, like I think he's over here.
Right. Okay.
I think she'll just try to like narrow in on this spot.
Yeah.
And then as soon as she gets in the vicinity, she doesn't know like the direct one, but I think she'll like do like a circle, like she'll go this way.
Yeah.
He goes that way, dispersing whoever's following them. If Eden and June follow, like she's just kind of like surround them.
For sure. Can I actually get Eden and June to roll like perception for me? Both of you?
Okay.
I am no help.
Boom.
I mean, 8 did just take off.
I have a +8 to perception, y'all.
That feels bad. I'm so sorry. Well, okay.
My rolls, they're just bad.
I'm sorry, Hannah. But you're both. So you're both helping. But like, yeah, I just wanted to see if you noticed anything out of the ordinary. But you're both like still in the back, kind of wrapping around. Leaf isn't there. Luke is also with the two of you, like just doing his part. He doesn't, he's just kind of tagging along. But yeah, Taki and Ace, you're kind of like dashing in, taking both sides, trying to take the initiative here, and get around the figure who's in the middle of all these people. All right. So, what is your strategy to pinpoint the figure? Is it through your Shinsu? Is it through looking for a suspicious individual?
Well, she's gonna think back to the only time she felt that like familiarity.
Yeah.
Was with that town crier.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, if I was the prophet, I would blend in with the people.
Right.
Spread the news. Let me think like Kun Victor. I'd wear a beret. Or something like that. So she's
Yeah.
freaking looking for any out of the ordinary charismatic guy that thinks he's being sneaky.
Well, I'll say this much. You wrap around, you see merchants trading, people back and forth, some familiar faces, but like kind of blurry. You see someone holding up a newspaper and telling about news of the tower. The town crier is there. You see him, if that's who you were looking for.
She's like slowly approaching behind him.
Taki's.
Not
you see
sure if
Taki on the
this
other
is the
side.
guy. Yeah, but like, and then she like hesitates. She's like, "Frick! If this isn't the dude, we're about to jump this random pedestrian just trying to do his job." We don't got time for that. So she just like taps him. Oh wait, no, she can sense the Shinsu. Is this the Shinsu? Sorry, she's like, duh. She's been following that line.
Taki's like walking over. He turns around and he smiles. Newspaper? It's him.
Ha! She like takes up the newspaper. Knew it. Knew it. I know it's you.
Me? Oh, yeah, you're Lady Lyria, right? Here, it's a pleasure. He holds out his hand.
She says she's like a little girl again, where she's like there might be a trap. This might be a trap.
He shakes your hand very like enthusiastically, and he pulls away. You feel that he left something in your hand. A gemstone. He turns around.
No, sir.
News of the tower! News of the tower over here!
We gotta talk. We gotta talk.
Oh, you're still talking to me? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're the type. And she just like offers her hand and like to a building, like just go there and talk. You gotta be secretive about it.
I guess my shift is drawing to an end here. All right, fair enough. He stuffs his newspapers into the back. I really could go for a sandwich right about now. And he starts walking towards a nearby like small town little establishment. And he enters the establishment. So Jihad and Taki, you all, everyone sees this now. You're all witness to this, and as you know, seeing Ace chase after this guy. And you enter, and he's not there, but you see that like there's the back door of the establishment that's left open, you know, and like you're able to be like, okay, like clearly, you know, it takes a minute, like you're all kind of following it, you know, and eventually you're in an alley, all alone, and you see the back of him.
Yeah, Ace is equivalent of someone who just like downed a pixie stick. Like she is like hyper on this like so she just like stands there in the alley, is like, show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself.
There it is.
She'll just stand there and like wait. She's like locked in.
He turns around. You wish to seek me?
You wish to see?
You wish for that?
Thou hast found. He's so cool.
You've returned. The long-lost heiress of the Raine family.
Yes. She like tries to still get in like his face. Not in his face, but like trying to like remember his face. Look at his face, like taking it all in.
He's a very average-looking guy with short brown hair.
That works.
Balding a little bit, freckles. Looks to be in his 40s. Nothing else notable about him.
That's perfect though. And she like tilts her head. So you're the prophet. This whole time.
I go by a lot of names. Depends on who's asking.
Did you ever find me outside the tower? Or in the tower, I guess, when I left? You would have been the one to try to find me, right?
I'd heard rumors of a pink-haired, card-dealing, fortune-telling member of the infamous Team Recall, but who was to say?
Well, I have your stone. Do you need me to prove anything before I recharge it?
Oh, my dear, you already have. He winks.
And I'll have your fealty if I do this. You do realize that, right? Like...
Again, fealty, loyalty... Words can change. But I'll tell you this. I am Jim, a simple town crier.
Jim.
And I owe the world to the Raine family. And I love Avalon. And I love telling stories about the tower.
Interesting. Well, Jim, I will have some stories for you to disperse soon.
Excellent.
But for now, one mystery is solved. And she'll close her eyes and recharge the stone.
Mm-hmm. You can tell that this dude goes by many names, but the man named Jim, the diamond.
Jim, creative.
You can tell that like wherever his diamond is, it's not visible to the naked eye, but it certainly does connect, and his gemstone begins to glow. And what? Yeah.
No,
did I say
just
something
don't,
wrong?
Don't on it. Don't. Just not asking
All right,
questions
we'll
here,
move
Jim.
on. Yeah. So you're
Why,
able to
Jim?
recharge.
Why you gotta
his-
be like that, Jim?
I didn't say.
And back in an alley, Jim. Come on.
Oh, Jim, come on, Jim. This is why you have so many aliases, bro.
The diamond begins to glow, and you recharge his power, and you feel as though, the experience weighing down on this man is of a different variety. There's a lightheartedness to his life that kind of almost lifts up. The most mysterious man you've been chasing in the inner circle. It's almost an encouraging kind of feeling as his Shinsu begins to enter the flow of everybody else. That sense of like, I gotta be the only one that's optimistic from Shang. You can tell there's an optimism within Jim as well.
She appreciates that. I think she turns to the group, like, is Eden, Jiyun, like, are they nearby? Have they followed close? I know
What do you guys
Taki's
want?
still
I'll leave it
running
up to
close.
them. Yeah, Taki's definitely there, but Jiyun and Eden, I'll leave that up to you. If you followed them, or like how you know what I mean. Anything you would like to add?
I think for Jiyun's side, I think she would have tried to catch up, but like end up like more exhausted at the end. But I think she would have caught up eventually.
Eventually.
With them.
Mm-hmm. How about Eden?
Yeah.
I think Eden probably would have got lost a little bit, but she probably would have come in a little bit before, like, handing over. She probably would have got there around like the I go by many names part. So maybe
that feels right.
But...
That feels right. So they're definitely there to witness it, and Luke follows behind Jiyun as well, and kind of witnesses all of this, and he kind of smirks. And then Jim is gonna look over. You're pretty fast, huh? Keep it up. He nods at Taki. Thank you, sir. He nods. Well, I'm gonna go have my lunch break. You all have a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy your time in Avalon, friends.
Jim's gonna be like going with her notebook. So, sir, what does a day of work look like to you?
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked. I like to hear about stories in the tower. So, I think if you take this newspaper and he gives you a newspaper and like taps you on the shoulder, I think you'll learn plenty about my job. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Enjoy.
Can Eden do a quick little insight check on him? Just 'cause
Yeah,
I did hear
please.
like the whole like.
Of course.
I go by many names, but I chose Jim today because she's just
Yo,
like.
I'm just saying that's a
That's
con man,
weird.
bro. That man
Well, yeah.
is on the run
never
from the
mind.
police.
Eden doesn't know shit.
That is the bit.
Hannah, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, your rolls are trash. Why?
I don't know
I'm
why.
saying, that man is
Dude.
wanted on like
Can I
40
hold that?
floors, bro.
Like cut, like the office cut, like Jim from The Office. Like he just
Yeah.
breaks the fourth wall.
Yeah,
When she's
that's
rolls.
me.
Do you want to roll with advantage if Jiyun was to help you, or no?
Well, Gian probably, I don't think she heard that part about.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
I agree.
It would have been specific to that moment.
Yeah, because Eden
around.
Eden was hearing about the many names, which June didn't catch because June arrived after that. So we'll just say that like Eden, you're
okay.
generally I do I'm glad you offer, but I think generally. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, because I was gonna say she was like that seemed off. Just him like.
Oh,
his-
about the new.
like
I see.
his-
Yeah.
The newspaper, and it's like wait, that's it. You're kind of like evading. Just
Well,
talking,
you
so,
get the
but
impression that like
yeah.
you know that this dude
Not
is like
true.
intentionally mysterious, and so it's kind of hard to deduce any more than like
I see.
I'm a mysterious guy when you really corner me in an alley, you know? That's what you're gonna learn about me. Yeah. So I think that would be that as he then leaves the group to themselves. Luke stops and turns to the rest of you. One more.
He would notice. The group would know, or I guess, yeah, the group-ish would notice. Maybe not hockey per se, but it's pretty evident, even if you don't exactly know what's going on, that you see that there's like a glow beneath Ace's skin, where she had covered the tattoos like with foundation to try to make them less colorful. There's like a glow, and like by her face, like it just seems like it's not activated, but it's like swirling around, like she's like starting to get a lot of energy, and all the colors are kind of like they're just kind of like warping as she gets more Shinsu funneled into her body.
Yeah. Does anyone react to that, to what you see happening
no.
to Ace, or is that or do you just clock it?
Yeah. I think June would if she sees that, she's probably gonna approach Ace and kind of like in a low voice saying, like asking her, "Are you good?
Yeah, I'm great.
You feel good? Like emotions are not running rampant?"
I mean, I feel powerful. I feel hopeful. I feel a lot of things. It's just not a bad thing. I just I feel a lot.
I can tell. And then she kind of like points at the tattoos.
Yeah.
Kind of
It's
like.
Like I was a blank map, and now all the dots are starting to connect. And with each new connection, it feels different. But the map is almost complete. The constellation is almost there, and I can feel it. And it's exhilarating.
Are you sure you'll be able to control that kind of power that you're feeling?
I think I'll be fine. I've been through enough. I don't foresee it getting out of control. But I could be wrong. I don't know. It seems like a good thing right now.
Luke will
Okay.
step in. I appreciate the concern, Jiyun. Even though this is our first time doing something like this with a new heir while the current heir is still alive. He smiles. I can tell Ace is handling it well. It's not easy carrying that. But I think with her 3 diamonds, she may be the best, may come to be the best handler of that power. The power of the diamonds of the Raine family. It was made for you, in a sense.
He's gonna kind of like smile on to what he says, and like she's just gonna say to him, you look good smiling. You should do that more.
What? He like didn't even realize. What a stupid thing to
Ace
say.
is chuckling at that. You'll get used to him, June. But also, thank you. Thank you both. You're right. And she straightens up like, I think I was made for this. And that's a sense of purpose is a gift in itself, I guess.
What do you
After
say
being
to
aimless for so long.
What do you say to collecting the final piece?
Let's get to the heart, and hopefully we'll have answers on my father. Something will happen, or at least, I don't know. Let's just go. Let's get everyone together. Let's go, and then hopefully the guys have also, she like checks the time, like, oh, the time.
Yep, it's evening, or it's approaching evening. The sun is starting to set. Tick-tock.
Race you back to the palace, Taki.
Oh, bet! So the boys handled their biggest challenges, if the biggest sort of hurdles already. So I would say the following 2 hurdles are the 2 items that have yet to be acquired are the Seed of Sorrows and the Fruit of Resolve. Now I'm gonna kind of summarize this, and the 2 of you feel free to add any like flavor if you'd like to, but generally speaking, the Seed of Sorrows, all right, I'm gonna paint this, okay? Imagine discovering like this. So I gotta. I'm looking at my hand closer. Imagine seeing this sort of almost field, this garden of little plants that are growing, like little beanstalks, right? You come across this like grand field of beanstalks, and what you would have had to do is go around and try to find like the seed, right? Okay, you gotta find a seed. What is special about these plants? And you would have noticed that some plants respond to water like immediately. All right, can I just be honest? Zelda, okay, you water it, the bean grows the plant.
I was about to say, you Zelda playing at.
Yeah. So eventually someone.
To be fair, I gave him a lot of references from Zelda. He's had to put up with.
It's true.
Fair.
Probably subconsciously. Someone. So discovering that like here's the thing. One of them wouldn't have even given the seed. It takes it like, let's say it's Hugo, right? Like Hugo gets kind of lifted off on this like little floating leaf, okay, and it takes him to like an alcove where there's actually the secret plant inside of a little alcove in the cliff, and there's little seeds scattered around the plant. And so there's a moment where Victor goes, Seed of Sorrows? Makes no sense. Doesn't, do these names have any meaning at all? Turns to Jong and Brack.
Seems like they're the many representations of marriage to me. What about you, Blue Leader?
He gives Brack this look like, well, that seems kind of, and then stops and he's like, oh, shit. I mean,
As Resident Woo. Whoa, Brack, what?
Whoa. Ezra will like go through the list, like, okay, temptation, sorrows, joy, resolve. I mean, like, this is the human experience, right? Then Hugo will say, no, I think I figured out why. You notice he's gotten less. He like the more trials you guys go through, the more he's like, what am I doing? He's like realizing like, hey, this isn't as. He's He's realizing. He knows. It's coming around.
Bro. It's confidence, bro.
I have a feeling. Wait, do I? I'm gonna have the DM roll for Hugo.
Oh no!
just for fun.
That roll. Hold it. Let's see. He got it. Oh no.
He said, "Dear God."
Let me see. Does Hugo?
No, do I have the confidence to get through this?
Dear God, on the eve of my wedding.
Rat, give him a boost.
18
man.
from Hugo.
Party.
You don't need it,
bro. No,
he's good. Who needs a best man? Am I right?
That's a soon. Whoa.
Okay, that was sorry. I'm okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. That was a joke. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it.
Even God needs a best man. Let's relax a little bit now. Come on.
And I did. I'm a married man.
Keep that up. The best man speech is gonna be unhinged.
Oh God.
Well, it's gonna be unhinged anyway.
Well, but, even more so.
It's gonna be borderline threatening if you keep it up with that behavior.
Okay.
I cannot wait.
Well, he ends up kind of like, as you're moving to the next destination, he's holding the seeds and he's like, I think I know why. And he looks up at the sky. I think it has to do with water. I heard that on this floor and on a lot of floors of the tower, they think that the gods are crying when it rains. That plant required a lot of water to magically grow. I think that was an 18 perception. Okay, Hugo. I think there's more to this test than I realized. I think Valentine is trying to make me realize something.
Did you
Bet you're too good for the pink demon.
realize it? Oh.
Whoa!
Here we go. All right.
So let him talk to you. Let him talk about Ace like that. You gonna let that slide, Hugo? Okay.
I said Hugo's favorite. He's too good for the pink demon. What you want to say?
He doesn't
right?
even hear it.
Nah,
he's so
you're
focused.
wrong,
Right.
Brack.
He's so focused on his theory that he doesn't even clock what Brack said. He's just moving on to the next
man.
destination.
Coward's way out.
And the
Oh,
final.
damn, Brack with the heavy hitters tonight.
Yeah, Brack's on something, bro. He always is. So that leaves the Fruit of Resolve as the final destination. Hugo is checking the time. The sun is starting to set. He's like, all right, let's go. Let's do this. And this one's pretty simple. There's a really freaking tall tree. Legend has it that at the top of this insanely tall tree, like this is like 10 trees, 15 trees stacked on top of each other. You know, it's like a tower. And legend has it that at the top of this tree is the Fruit of Resolve.
This is where that gorilla suit comes in handy.
Is there anyone? I think Wu would
he had
would
the
be
suit,
down to
but he
like
wouldn't have
cloud
gorilla
somersault.
We would just float up there.
Yeah, he would.
I think that's what Wu would do, but I want Victor to run up this tower.
They
I
can
mean,
race
honestly,
each
he'd
other.
be down, bro.
I'm gonna,
They'll race
I'm
each
gonna,
other.
I feel like me, Brack, and Hugo, like
Uh-huh.
I
No,
want
okay.
Victor to have this W.
We need
I want him to run
Victor
up the-
to play out that scene from Mulan.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
the sweat and everything.
Be a
While
man.
Be a Man is playing, yeah.
Look, whatever he's got to do to get up the tower.
He looks
let
at the
it-
tree
let
and
it
he
ride.
scratches his chin.
Unless he falls, then Wu can fly up there.
The Fruit of Resolve. Is this tree a representation of the tower that we claim? Hugo, like, come on, we don't have all day. Come on. Hey, hold on. I gotta. All right, fine, let's do it. All right, sure. You guys are freaking mean today. And he prepares to athletics his way up this tower. Let's see how he does.
Oh, snap.
18 with the Hermes boots and the lightning channeling throughout his body. Coon Victor starts bolting up the tree. Zoom.
Yeah, bro,
You see him
we're
like
never
running
gonna get out of this.
sideways up the tree,
Who-
you know?
Who lets him get up like
Go, Sonic,
7/8 of
Oh.
Who gets up 7/8 of the tree and who's like cloud somersault.
Yeah. you
Off he
think so?
goes.
It's a bit of a race, a little bit of a race. Oh shoot.
We're gonna get to like the top of the tower, and Victor's gonna be like, "Yo, remember that time when I effortlessly scaled that tower? Look, I'm not saying I'm the GOAT. I'm just saying I was the only one."
I mean, do you want to do a little
Sure,
roll
yeah.
to see who gets to the top first, Victor or Wu? That could be
I
fun.
mean,
Wu is
I
a
don't
man of
have a
competition.
sheet.
He does
Wait,
love competition.
He does love competition.
He does.
Just do a
And
straight D20.
He would. I would
Yeah,
say
just
he
D20,
would let
just
him get a
D20.
head start
Yeah.
too. All right.
Just do
okay.
D20. Yeah.
All right.
Here's mine.
Woo.
16.
Please,
That's pretty good.
please don't give me a bad roll that you've been giving me all night. Let Woo have some fun.
Listen, if it's a bad roll, then Wu let him win. Wu let him win. You know, we all know it's true.
Wu let him
15
win.
versus
Wu let him
16.
win.
Wu let Victor win.
It's,
We all
it's
know
just
it.
so insane too, because the last time that like Wu wasn't here during an episode, we were like, he's asleep for 4 hours, and now
Yeah,
we're like
yeah.
using every other scene.
We're just
Wu
highlighting
races
it.
Victor up the tree.
Oh wait, and then actually he would do this, and oh, you would help.
And then you have me playing him. I don't know why that happened.
Hey, listen.
You're the resident Woo person. I
It
am.
worked out. I don't know. Like, I didn't expect Wu to be involved in all that with Jog.
Oh, man. It's just funny, bro. Because if you had said like, "Oh, he's unconscious," I would have forgot about him. But you're like,
Right.
"No, he's there," and I'm like, "Oh, fuck, you got the gourd. Like, I could use some Wu help right now."
Well, Victor gets to the top, and he snags an apple off the tree. It looks like an apple. Let's say it's blue. And he stands on top. I did it! And it echoes around the sky.
Before
I've
Victor
conquered
can
the
see that
tower!
Woo jumped up, or like Woo jumped up there. Woo just immediately teleports back down. And is like, "You did great."
You didn't even notice? That's funny. And then you all hear a sound, and the giant long-necked creature from before like emerges from the clouds towards the tree to take a bite out of the tree. The cat's food is
Brontosaurus?
Damn, it would suck. It
Out
would suck
of the
if someone was on top of that tower.
Gotta be a brontosaurus.
Well, you know.
And Victor immediately like, whoa, you know, he like backs away and starts like kind of falling down the tree to get out of the way before the creature takes a bite out of the tree's delectable leaves. And by the time he
got a long neck?
Oh yeah, we met this thing when you first arrived on the 92nd floor. You saw it in the
Okay,
distance.
brontosaurus. Yeah. Land before time.
Hey,
I know my
Victor,
dinosaurs.
where's Poker?
Oh shoot.
Victor looks back up at the no. Poker?
No, Poker, no!
As the creature's mouth closes, you just see a raccoon head.
He's like hanging on for dear
That
life.
red laser in the belly. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Victor does panic for a second, but he does manage to collect Poker and like, okay. Hey, we did it.
I just wanted to talk to him. I just wanted to talk to him.
He tosses Hugo the apple. That was some resolve, all right. Let's get the heck out of here. Let's go. See you, tough guy. See you, big guy. He waves goodbye to the giant dinosaur-looking creature. Brack, do you do anything else with the creature? I can. Do
Get its name.
Huh?
Get its name.
Huh? Who are you talking to?
Get the creature's name.
Dude, I don't have a Pokédex. Like, what do you want? I don't know. Like,
Talk to it.
I can't talk to animals. What do you want
with it?
Can Woo do that? Can Woo do
You
that?
climb the tower,
Honestly-
but didn't conquer the beast.
I mean, Woo, animal.
roll animal handling for Woo.
Okay. What's his modifier?
Oh, that's a good point. It's plus.
Or can you just roll it from your
I'll,
side? Since
I'll
you're the
roll it.
DM?
I'll roll
I
it.
think it's a lot.
But it's in Hannah's.
You don't want me
Hannah
rolling
suggested it,
anymore.
so I'll roll it.
He
Animal
would want
handling.
to know because he would probably want to try and capture it tonight.
Yeah,
Trying to tell you, every creature we see, he would want it.
it's
Yeah.
a 15. It's a 15.
Kind of has become Pokemon for him, low key.
Yeah,
even
that's
low-key.
true. That's
He's
true.
looking at it and trying to think. Would it fit in the gourd? How do I get it in the gourd?
Oh, it'll fit.
Woo does kind of think back and through
Oh.
hearing the sounds of the creature and kind of what he knows and his playing games with Stexa about collecting creatures, he knows that this is a Bexel. Bexcel. A Bexel.
One more time. B-E-X-C-E-L.
Cel. Bexel. A Bexel.
It's
Like an
named-
Thank
oxalotl.
you.
Yep. Like an no.
That's
What?
John. Give me John.
Excellent.
Like how you said.
And
I really wanted it to be a Leopleurodon, Charlie. It's a Leopleurodon.
That would have been good too. That would have been good. But okay. Then all of you, the Hugo task's complete. Hugo starts trekking back. He's almost like sprinting by the end of the, returning to Avalon as fast as you guys can.
Like you know the bus. Where you going?
You've never really seen him run so fast in his life. You all make it back, and Hugo immediately, returning to Avalon, you see a town crier. Hey, welcome to Avalon. Hey, news about the town. And immediately Hugo's like, the Raine. We're almost there. The Raine Manor, and he starts heading towards the Raine Manor as fast as he can, with the rest of you following behind, including Ezra, who's just like been tagging along all this time. And meanwhile, Ace, your group is making your way back to the Raine Manor to talk to Valentine. And right as you're approaching the gate, you see Hugo. He's running so fast.
Ace and Taki are running, and they just see Hugo behind them.
Yeah.
Sprinting to wait, he's gonna catch on.
He has to skid to a stop when he sees you. Like, Ace, hey.
Hey, are you okay? Did you do it? Did you not do it? Is that why you're out of breath?
Fruit of resolve, seed of sorrow, fowl of temptation. And he looks back at Jong and the others like, what's the fourth one? Fruit of, what was it?
I did not write that shit down, bro.
Woo saunters up to him and puts a hand on his shoulder. The root of joy, brother.
The
root of joy.
The root of joy.
Totally the lore master not hijacking the moment.
Yeah. He when you say root of joy, he does kind of stop. And the root of joy. Yeah, all four. We have all four. Yeah.
Okay, we just have to get to Valentine, to my mother.
Okay, let's
and
go.
then we'll go from there.
Okay.
She's like never seen him this worked up before, and she's like kind of impressed, but also slightly concerned.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Poker like jumps. I mean, you know, like you see Poker like in Victor's arms, like traumatized from like the. I don't know, like you're Poker more than I am, but like I don't know, like he just went through a lot.
I
you
agree
know.
with you.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Like, he's not holding on tight, man. Like
yeah.
Dang, they've been through some bonding.
They have. They certainly have. I feel like Victor does. You know, he protected Poker a couple times throughout their adventures today. You know, so.
Oh, okay.
But you enter the manor. Hugo's breathing slowing down, reuniting everybody. You know, the only ones that are not there now are Shion and Leaf, and Silyoung. But you know, Ezra will greet Ji-yoon and you know, kind of give you a fist bump and all. It's the usual kind of greetings, and you'll have time to catch up later. But you all enter, and Ace, where do you go once you enter the manor?
I think feeding off of everyone's excitement and like the adrenaline, she continues to just go. It's like almost kind of like she's got that different sight where now she's just following the string. She's just following it zoned in. She's going straight to where her mom is, even though she might not know where she's walking. She's just going straight towards it.
Yeah, for sure. It takes you to Nicholas's room. You open the door, you see Silyoung and Shion beside Nicholas's bed. But Valentine, she's facing the window. The light filtering in, and when you enter, you see her kind of hang her head down. You almost hear her kind of chuckle to herself. The heart for last. And she turns around. Any particular reason?
Well, to be perfectly honest, we knew where you were, and it's the heart. I mean, none of this would be functioning without you, Mom. You're the core of it all, outside of Dad itself, and it seemed appropriate.
But before I give you my gemstone, she turns to Hugo, walks over to him. So, did you complete the trial? I did, ma'am. Puts the apple for resolve. He puts the seed on the table. Seed of sorrows. And he puts the root. And he admittedly he kind of puts that and then moves on to the next one because it's like a root that's in pieces, but like he, you know, better than nothing.
But still intact.
That's right. It's
together.
there.
You just
it's
gotta
there.
like tape it together, put it together.
Yeah.
I like to let you know those fish. Yeah.
Ma'am, the job's done. I rest my case.
Thank you. You can be his lawyer. And then he puts the egg, the fowl of temptation, all next to each other. Well done. It seems as though you've acquired the 4 necessary items. You have accomplished the trial necessary to enter the Raine family. And she kind of like turns, but then he was like, please. What did you want me to learn? What was the meaning of the trial? And she stops and turns as if she's ready to tell him the secret. Well, you're a Raine now, aren't you? Or close enough to one. This is the trial that teaches you what it means to be a part of the Raine family. And she motions for a couple of the servants, and they walk forward. Begin preparing it. And they take all the items and head off. And Hugo's like, preparing what? You can, in his mind, he's thinking like, what are they, are they gonna actually like, pour something on me, or like, These ingredients are
Ace
hard to
takes
come
his
by.
hand.
Yeah. He's like
freaking out. Like she just like
This
she
is
anchors
it.
him a bit.
Yeah, this is it.
It's all over from here, Big H.
This is the story of how you die.
Yeah.
This is the ritual. You're about to become a demon. Congratulations.
Sacrifice, sacrifice.
He's
I can't watch.
She turns to face him. With this, you will now be able to learn the secret recipe of the Raine family. We'll be preparing it for tonight. The ingredients are quite rare, and only those within the family know how to prepare the dish. In fact, I would be happy to show you the instructions soon if you'd like. Be sure not to share it with anybody else, okay? She winks at him. The meal. Right. And Victor, like, kind of smugly, like, Victor's like, I knew it. Yeah, I knew that egg would be tasty. But the joy and the resolve and oh, those are all cultural names we gave those items after time. They represent some of the ways that they're acquired and some of the ways that they're prepared. If you'd like, I'm sure their servants would love to show you how they prepare the meal. After all, she, like, touches his arm. You'll be joining our family soon. And she says it very, like, genuinely.
I just want to say, before we started this hunt, I did say we were going grocery shopping. So
He did. I was like,
I was right, but I was right.
Thank you. Like, any, like, disappointment or, like, shock that he would have had, when she says those genuine words to him, he kind of breathes a sigh of relief and just lets it all, like, fall. Thank you. And she smiles. I see you have chosen your companion well, Lyria. And she turns to face you. Just as Nicholas chose me. Not to say that, well, you get my point. She kind of, like, tosses her hair.
I always thought it was funny, the trials that we put the spouses through. The whole to love is to be inconvenienced, but it makes it all worth it in the end, I guess. And she, like, looks at Hugo. And then back to Valentine. You definitely enjoyed that. Talking about
What?
like her mom putting
Yeah.
Hugo through her grocery shopping
Yeah.
for
Her
this
errands
trial
trip.
when Ace knows full well that's not the trial to get into the family.
Uh-huh.
But that's what, yeah. So she just kind of, like, gives Hugo, like, a nudge of, like, I did choose well, and he definitely chose me, because if he hadn't, after all this time, I don't think he would still be entertaining the idea. I do kind of put people through a lot sometimes.
She laughs to herself. Well, on the plus side, you visited some of the most special locations for Nicholas and I. And Victor's like,
Really?
you go camping there, don't you? Next to the waterfall. We used to go many times. The waterfall, the fish. It's a beautiful location.
So nothing happened to them.
Woo.
Waterfall, that's interesting. Hugo and I have a waterfall. In our past, he didn't want me to jump into it because it was a dangerous trap or something. Wasn't that it? In the labyrinth?
That was...
I was gonna jump in even though I didn't know how to swim.
You guys don't go, like, fishing in that waterfall, do you?
No, we don't go fishing. We prefer to let the fish develop on their own.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh.
Couldn't agree more.
What were the other spots?
Anyway.
Oh, some of the tallest trees on the island, and Nicholas sometimes likes to watch for wildlife, and
And
I'll
tallest
admit,
trees?
there are many tall trees on some of the nearby islands. Some of them are difficult to access, but the Fruit of Resolve being a difficult one to reach, for example. And I'll admit that the eggs from the foul temptation is, that one doesn't hold that much of a sentimental value for us, but I didn't feel like sending accord to go deal with that again. So I appreciate your cooperation, Hugo. Hugo's like, he like looks at Ace like, wow, okay, yeah, I really did have nothing to worry about.
She'll give him a kiss on the cheek. Pat pat.
Yeah. She'll smile.
And then put her hand out for her mother's stone.
She'll smile and reach behind her, and then in her hands is the stone as she hands it to you.
And Ace will take a step back and step in front of her. And she almost looks a little bit unsure. Like, I mean, she's had the confidence bolstered up. She knows what she's supposed to do. She knows she can do it well.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't know what's going to, like, happen with the last one. Like, she doesn't know if that's going to change anything, or if it's all going to be for nothing. And so I think for a moment, as she stands there in the room, she kind of, like, takes a moment, less than a minute, to just soak in that hope.
Yeah.
Of, like, this is what it feels like. So just in case she loses it, she remembers that it was there. If it doesn't work and stuff. So she just will take that moment, and then she'll close her hand around the stone and close her eyes and repeat what she's been doing.
And even though there is that added pressure, even though all the thoughts in your mind and everything, it all kind of coalesces in that moment into that usual feeling, you know, even though it's your mother, it is that usual sensation of recharging the stone. She's a member of the inner circle, just like the others. And at first, it's like, okay, yes, this is like any other. But when you finally, her diamond connects to yours, and you finally receive that last bit of connection with Nicholas, the weight that you'd been feeling, not in a bad way, not all pain, but just the responsibility of authority, is heavier than it ever has been. You feel the happiness and sadness, the determination and the sorrow. You feel the optimism and the hopelessness, the growth and the disarray. It's as if in this moment you feel Avalon. It's like all kind of building into this. It's all kind of, even though it's the 6 members of the inner circle, it's like they represent everyone. You've met them, you've spent time with them, you remember them, you've met them even recently and before, and it's all kind of built together into like the ship. It's like you feel that this ship represents more than just a piece of metal. It is home. It is the people of Avalon, all their hopes and dreams for the future. You feel it all that weight. I'll give you the chance to respond before I continue. Is there anything you want to add to that or do anything with that?
I think as everything kind of like hits her, you see her kind of like stumble back a bit and squeeze her eyes shut as her body, like the Shinsu tattoos, shift from start shifting these solid colors of everything, the distress, you know, happiness. It starts shifting, and you can see that even though her eyes are squeezed shut, she's sorting it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like overwhelming her. She's taking the tethers of Avalon and of the Shinsu and of all these connections, and each person's connection is like a red string that wraps itself around her arms, and she just mentally just pulls it all together as tightly as she can and crosses it over her and just kind of holds it there and just continues to, you know, feel it as it comes.
You feel it wrap around you. And Hugo kind of goes to catch you and make sure that you're not in pain as this kind of takes over you. But then there's this other presence. You know, you hear Shion kind of gasp and Seyoung, sir, And for a moment, Nicholas reaches forward. His eyes still clouded. He Shion's catching him, but he moves for the first time since your arrival on Avalon. And he opens his eyes slowly. They're still clouded, but it's like for the first time as his eyes slowly look up at you. They lock eyes with yours, Ace. And his diamonds begin to glow. As he then kind of turns from you, his eyes slowly wander to who is closest to you. The one who's closest to you. Hugo. And in this moment of consciousness that you have gifted him, you feel as though in this moment, even if it's but for a moment, some burden that he's had has been lifted. His diamonds glowing, your diamonds glowing. It's like his Shinsu kind of passes into you, almost like the others in the inner circle, but stronger. So strong that it begins to pass out of you over to Hugo. And this Shinsu starts to swirl around him. And he's looking at his hands as it swirls up his body. Nicholas looking at him. And the Shinsu all gathers onto Hugo's face as a little diamond appears on his cheek. I think we're gonna end the episode there.
Let's
Heyo!
go.
Thank you
He
guys.
was gonna appear with a diamond next time.
And, be patient. Patience. Things to look forward to.
Just gotta do a little.
Yeah, I can just do it in paint.
Yeah.
Like MS Paint, just a little.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could
Yeah.
Photoshop that shit, dog. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
It's true. I don't think it'd be too difficult.
Ruka should do it. She'll know where to put it.
That's true. I know.
You
Ruka
are
already does
bestowing the diamond, miss.
Nicholas just trolls him in his death and puts it somewhere really awkward.
But puts it like
Oh,
a
yeah,
big
like
mark
Jim.
by on his chin.
Yeah, like
I
Jim.
never said where Jim's what. It's just not on his face.
That's
Is
the
that
problem, bro.
What
that
is
you
the
never
problem
said
with
where it
that?
was. That's
Is that
the
such a
issue on
crime?
the table.
It was the fact that you never said where it was and the wording on top of it
Okay,
being in an alley.
If Jim
And
is a
yeah, and
spy,
he's out in alleys,
if Jim
bro,
is a
like-
spy and is trying to blend in, it's
True,
not
Jim is
gonna
a
be
spy,
in-
by the way.
It's not going to be on
I
his
mean,
face.
a spy is like a very nice way to put what. Well, I'm just
What do
saying.
you mean?
I'm just saying. Well, I'm just saying you made a lot of inferences and didn't give a
I
lot of
did
answers.
not.
That's all I'm saying.
I did
I'm
not
just
do
saying.
that. You're making that
Jim's a
up.
little sus. It's definitely not his name. I'm just saying.
Okay, yeah, Gasu Neymar, friggin' jeez, excuse me, friggin'
Look,
excuse
look,
me.
you made a point, but we had two names for very different reasons. That's all I'm saying. I was not doing gym activity.
Alright. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, it would be on his because Valentine has the two on her cheeks, so it'll be on one of his cheeks, his facial cheeks, right there.
Thank you for specifying. Yep.
I felt like I had to, because if not, someone was going to make the inference. Okay, not on my watch.
I mean, that's
okay?
where I thought Jim's was. I just,
You'll never know. All right. Let's just.
I
leave it
don't
there.
know if I want to know.
Good. Yeah.
But yes, so for those of you who don't know, we're taking a break.
Yes.
Womp, womp.
We're taking not 1 week off, but 2 weeks off. So, I would like to thank everyone for watching, and if you would like to stay as a member, kind of keeping in touch with the series, then join the Discord. Feel free to chat about the episode or episodes, post memes and fan art, and we'll post all of them when we return from...
Yes, and hey, y'all gotta get hype. Y'all gotta get hype, because the next episode is possibly the last episode of Ace's mini arc, and it's the freaking wedding episode. I'm telling you all that because you gotta wear Sunday best. We might be. I don't know if we're dressing up or anything like that. I don't know. But y'all better.
Frick yeah, dude.
You at least got to figure out what wedding present you're bringing the happy couple. You know?
That's true.
You can't come empty-handed.
So the finale wedding episode with all
in
of
a
us
wedding
being
dress.
ridiculous.
Hey.
That's right.
Millions
That's
might wear a
right.
onesie. I don't know. We don't know, but special stuff is planned to come back to make up for
It's
the 2
gonna be
weeks
fun.
off. So
Yes, thank
hype
you
it up.
for making that clear. It's gonna be a fun time. You know that meme where it's like, my cousin's wedding, the release of this video game. This needs to be this, where it's
Yeah.
like this Towers and Gods episode.
Yeah.
We're gonna come ready to go. It's gonna be a good time. But yeah, no, thank you to the cast for being here, and shout out to everybody who watched. Leave a like if you enjoyed, and we will catch you in a few weeks. And yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Bye. Enjoy the break.
Bye-bye.
Take care,
Back on the
everyone.
23rd.
We'll see you on the 23rd.
Bye.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, I did
Where
not
was that
end
during the
No,
episode?
that's definitely gonna
Perfect.
be in. That's gonna be in.
No, he
before
had
it
to save it
ends.
for that. He had to save it for the